Good afternoon. This is John Steen. I want to call to order the November 16, 2020 meeting of the CPS Energy Board of Trustees. And I would begin by asking our General Counsel, Carolyn Shellman, to call the roll.
Yes, sir. Chair Steen.
Here.
Dr. Mackey.
Here.
Mr. Kelly.
Here.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Here.
Mayor Nuremberg. Mr. Chair, we do have a quorum and can proceed.
Then I'll cue Ivan. Please go ahead, Ivan.
Thank you, Chair Steen. Good afternoon. My name is Ivan. The CPS Energy Board of Trustees thanks you for joining their November regular board meeting by teleconference. The board is always interested in hearing public input. If you have pre-registered to speak during the public comment portion of the agenda, please press 0 on your phone keypad now to be put in the speaker queue. A member of our staff will then take your name. When you hear Chair Steen say your name, your line will be open and you will have 2 minutes to speak. You will hear a chime sound to indicate you have 10 seconds remaining to speak. For all others who speak during this meeting, please remember to identify yourself before you're speaking. Now I'll turn the call back over to you, Chair Steen.
Thank you, Ivan. Let's move to agenda item 2, which is the safety message. We normally begin with one from our mayor, hasn't joined us yet, or maybe has.
I'm here now,
Good,
John.
Mayor. Perfect timing. Good. Are you ready for your safety message?
Yes, thank you, and sorry for being a little bit late. Well, thank you, everyone. Again, I think our community has been staying on top of the situation here, which unfortunately continues to get slightly more challenging for us here as we get further into the fall. We have seen an uptick in cases, a notable uptick in cases over the last few weeks, to the point now where we have a positivity rate that is over 8% and is trending higher. In addition to that, we're seeing a surge of cases. The good news is that over the last several months, as we experienced our summer surge, everyone in the community has been stepping up capacity, particularly in our medical system, to deal with this, including testing and tracing protocols. So each day where we see the number of cases rise, we're still not seeing the exponential increases that we were seeing in the summer, meaning that we're able to do all the contact tracing and investigation work that allows us to contain the spread as much as possible. That said, that's not the case in all of our communities in Texas, and we have been one of the relief valves from the medical system in El Paso, and so we are seeing a number of patients in from El Paso. We have over 60 at this point in our local hospitals, which is why our message continues to stay the same, which is you must adhere to the public health guidance, most importantly, masking up, keeping physical distancing, and critically important as we get closer to the holidays, do not mix and mingle. This is not the time for members outside of your household. We want to limit gatherings. There's still a prohibition on gatherings in households of people more than 10. We've got to adhere to that, and it's going to be a little bit more challenging this holiday season, but this is our main way that we're able to slow down the spread. And the more that we can do this and see the numbers stabilize, the closer we are to a vaccine and other therapeutics, and we'll all be better off. So far, we've seen far too many of our loved ones and neighbors pass from this virus, and we want to save as many lives as we can. Meanwhile, with all the safety protocols that we put in place, we're starting to see more businesses operate and operate well. We've got to do our part as a public and as patrons to help them through that, so we can see as much activity as we can safely conducted amidst all this. I want to thank Paula and her team, as well as our other city agencies and departments for their work. You're going to see an amplified message over the coming days with regard to the health protocols, because we are getting close to Thanksgiving now. And, the schools also are seeing some additional outbreaks. So bottom line is continue to do everything that we've been taught to over the last few months to contain the spread of this virus. It's getting critical again. but all the work that everyone has been doing has been paying off. Last thing I'll say is that I am in quarantine right now. I have tested negative for halfway through. It's a further education for me and for everyone else that, once you come in contact with someone who's positive and are considered a tracing contact, it's critically important that you follow the protocols and maintain your quarantine. The incubation of this virus presents itself in different ways, which is why the quarantine protocol, if you've been exposed to the virus, is 14 days. So all that said, thank you very much, Chairman. I'm happy to answer any questions. This has been a difficult time for everyone, but the San Antonio community is doing better than most because we have continued to demonstrate teamwork and adherence to the public health guidance. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Mayor. It's unbelievable how long this has gone on, but as I've said every meeting, I want to, on behalf of our CPS Energy family, thank you for your steadfast leadership throughout. Paula, do you want to, Paula Gold-Williams, your safety message?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I'm going to echo the key points that Mayor Nurnberg highlighted. It is time to continue to be vigilant. We normally the holidays are a big deal for CPS Energy. We also know it's a big, important time for our community. We are telling our employees to think again about using the tools that they have, phone calls, FaceTime, Facebook, whatever those mediums are, to have virtual gatherings. We continue to stress that because of the potential exposure. I do feel grateful to the mayor and to Judge Wolf about the vigilance of the updates. Our employees pay attention to that, and it gives us a really great, applicable view. I, too, am appreciative that while we're seeing some pressure upwards, it is not at the height of other communities across the nation. I will say our numbers continue to eke up. We are now at 136 actual diagnosed cases. We were down probably in the 50s for quarantine, and we're up now back up to about 113. We do have 4 individuals in the hospital, and we are praying for them intensely. We think that, in some ways it's much more worrisome, and we are praying for our team members who are in the hospital every day. We have been blessed that there have been no deaths amongst our team members, but we do understand, again, that it is something that many families across San Antonio have experienced, and many employees have family members that they have lost to this. So as long as it's gone on, we are prepared to stay vigilant at CPS Energy. We appreciate the mayor's continual encouragement to be vigilant. I, too, have to share with you all that I am on self-quarantine. My job is to talk to everyone. My job is to make sure that I am sharing facts and information, sharing programs. I've been pretty much doing most things virtually, and I need to stick with that. But I did venture out to an event last week, and we ended up with more than 10 people, and we ended up in a situation where mask came off. And our protocol is if you're in a room with someone that has a mask off for more than 15 minutes, you basically need to go into self-quarantine to keep everyone safe. So I came straight home after that, and I've been participating electronically, and I'm available. I'm continuing to work, but we must continue to take these things seriously because we are by far not at the point where the vaccine is distributed, finalized, and available to everyone. So learning from that continually every day and stressing those points continue to be CPS Energy's focus. And I thank you all for the time to share this information, and that is the end of my update.
Thank you, Ms. Gold-Williams, and thank you for the outstanding job you're doing overall, but also in this area of contending with the pandemic. Let's move to agenda item 3, which is the invocation, and we have today is our the person to do this, Daniel Elias.
Good afternoon. We come before you today to give you honor and praise. Thank you for every gift that we have been given. We thank you for the opportunity to come and gather together this day. We ask for your hand of blessing on this meeting of the CPS Energy Board of Trustees. We ask that you will guide and direct our meeting so that it is full of wisdom, productivity, and respect for one another. Thank you for helping us to accomplish our work and our goals this day. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Elias. That was a beautiful prayer. Thank you so much. Let's move to agenda item 4, public comment. This is where we provide an opportunity for members of the public to share thoughts on any of this meeting's posted agenda items. We'll follow a similar process as to what we've done for in-person board meetings. I'll invite the pre-registered speakers to speak in the order in which they registered so we may hear their comments. They may only address the board on CPS Energy-related business listed on the posted agenda for this meeting. For this meeting, we have 5 registered speakers who will each have 2 minutes to speak. Speakers will hear a chime sound when 10 seconds remain, letting them know they should wrap up their comments. Speakers should state their first and last name, what organization or group they represent, if applicable, and indicate the agenda item number they're going to speak about. So our first speaker is Richard Pettis, and he'll be followed by Alice Canestaro Garcia. Mr. Pettis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Steen and esteemed members of the CPS Energy Board of Trustees. Thank you for this opportunity to address you this afternoon. My name is Richard Pettis, and I run a small San Antonio-based not-for-profit called the San Antonio Chamber of Commerce, where I serve as the organization's president and CEO. There is no doubt the CPS Energy Board of Trustees is a model of effective, open, and honest governance. A structure made up of San Antonio citizens and our mayor that always has the best interests of our organization, and our community top of mind when you make policy decisions that impact the organization and our community. There is also no doubt that the organization is run by a competent CEO who has surrounded herself with a deep bench of professionals with expertise in safety, customer affordability, environmental impact, sustainability, reliability, security, and resilience. In fact, there are items on today's agenda such as the e-invoice automation that will provide real savings and efficiencies to the organization and hence the citizens of San Antonio. That is why the San Antonio community stands united in our support for our electric and gas utility and will vigorously guard and protect it. And we will do all we can to prevent the so-called decapitation of the CPS Energy Board of Trustees and management. In this COVID-19 era, with businesses shuttering their doors, high unemployment, civil discord, increasing fear of long-term implications of the pandemic on personal health and on families, and the overall diminishment of economic activity, it is the business community's belief that now is not the time for a wholesale change in the governance of the organization promulgated by the signature gathering effort underfoot. The unintended consequences have already begun to materialize with the October announcement by Fitch Ratings, who has downgraded its outlook for CPS Energy from stable to negative, citing the aforementioned petition drive. Chairman Steen, the writing is on the wall, and we cannot turn a blind eye to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettis. Our next speaker is Alice Canestaro Garcia, and she'll be followed by Greg Harmon.
Good afternoon. My name is Alice Canestaro Garcia from District 1. Since 2010, I've been meeting quarterly as an environmental stakeholder with CPS Energy leadership. My handout is a petition for energy democracy. I like the mayor's call for teamwork. The utility monopoly, CPS Energy, is fond of saying that they have our best interest at heart. One way for CPS to talk is to recognize and embrace the idea of energy democracy and its benefits. I have signed the Recall CPS petition because, as a user and ratepayer, I have been wrought with despair by the utility leadership's poor business choices in certain cases over the years. These expensive mistakes have been made despite our public outcry. Have you heard about the Netflix movie, The Social Dilemma? It's a documentary drama hybrid. There's commentary about 11 minutes before the end concerning self-regulation. They say what's not okay is when there's no regulation, no rules, and no competition, and that companies are acting as de facto governments. And then they quote those companies, we, the companies, can regulate ourselves, which the movie characterizes as a lie, as ridiculous. The tech leaders interviewed go on to talk about profits as being valid, but there are times when we are going to say that the interests of the people, the users, are actually more important than profit. The movie talks about social media as a corrosive business model. I ask you, is CPS Energy a corrosive business model? Consider the huge salaries, the thousands of energy disconnections every year prior to COVID-19. We, the community, have been saying for years, listen to the people. Let's be democratic about this. We are tired of paying for CPS Energy's mistakes. The current mistake is a refusal to walk away from fossil fuels at a time when science says a just transition is urgently needed before 2030. We, the ratepayers, pay for it. Let's vote.
Thank you, Ms. Canistaro-Garcia. Our next speaker is Greg Harmon, and Mr. Harmon will be followed by Sherry Chaudhry. Mr. Harmon.
Greg Harmon, Sierra Club, item 11. I was saddened to see Paula Gold Williams standing in opposition to the recall petition while acknowledging the inappropriateness of doing so. She warns the petition will lead to massive cost increases and calls its supporters ideologues. She deserves a correction from the board. CPS has failed to produce any modeling on early retirement scenarios, but the Sierra Club has paid for 2 studies in spruce economics that don't support Paula's ungrounded fear-mongering. Though paused today, historic disconnections for non-payment have skyrocketed under Paula Gold Williams' leadership to nearly 100,000. As CPS inches toward disconnects again, a key element of racist policy oppressing communities of color, a broad coalition calls for permanent elimination of disconnects for those at 200% of the federal policy level and below, yet receives no response from the board, mayor, or council. CPS rate increases rate structure is intended to maximize profits for highest energy users, yet Trustee Kelly lambasts a RAC to aid our most struggling families in unprecedented pandemic. He must resign or the mayor must present him to council for removal. We see the market delivering tantalizing options for major ramp up of clean energy, and yet because of the ideologues, as Paula describes them, who have pushed for RFP for years to no credit. CPS has the power to serve as a major force for COVID recovery. To do so, it must reach out to the city and other stakeholders to explore ways to maximize the potentialities under a still-gathering flex step umbrella or a new initiative entirely. Lastly, it is unsurprising that the fundamental structure of CPS is being challenged by petition, and it is regrettable that it's been CPS leadership that's refused to meet to explore ways to address these critical reforms. The blame lays with Paula and her staff.
Thank you, Mr. Harmon. Our next speaker is Sherry Chaudhry, and she'll be followed by our last speaker, Suzanne Green. Ms. Chaudhry. Can you all hear me? Everything got quiet all of a sudden.
Hi, I'm so sorry. This is Sherry Chaudhry. I'm the CEO of Chaudhry Consulting.
Sure.
I'm actually in the hospitality industry, and I appreciate the opportunity to address CPS and the board. I would like to address the agenda for the CEO's presentation as far as COVID. I actually just have a comment that our industry and we are looking to collaborate with multiple different organizations in San Antonio to address a major issue, to be proactive on homelessness that's being derived from COVID. We're very, very concerned about the forbearance ending with people not being able to pay their mortgages, and we're also worried about housing and people paying their rent. But with CPS, we really need to collaborate and get data from all the different agencies that allow us to get information from workforce, from utilities, from housing, to find out where the need is and where we're having problems for the last 12 months, and then what we can predict for the first quarter of 2021. And it would be very, very crucial to be able to collaborate with CPS for your team to be able to collect data for those that are receiving credit for CPS or compensation, maybe get the data by zip code or by income bracket, and then data for canceled electricity due to non-payment. And we'd like to maybe get this kind of information by zip code. I think this would actually help with finding out how much is the effect of COVID and people's unemployment and non-payment, and what their resources are needed in the community. I appreciate the opportunity and look forward to hearing back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Chaudhry. Let's then hear from our last speaker, Suzanne Green.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comment today at your board meeting. I have a couple of points. The first one, I guess, relates to item 11 on your agenda, which is the RAC. Just calling to say that very much in support of the idea of the RAC. I think the idea of forming a citizens work group is an amazing opportunity to foster a greater understanding between CPS and the community, and actually shows great initiative. And I feel that, the way to improve our understanding of each other, what the key issues are on either side, the best way we can deal with it is actually to take some time and get together and discuss those issues and learn to understand. So yes, I'm fully in support. The second thing is, whenever I think about power and coal plants and climate change, which really relates, I think, to your Flex Power initiative, I like to think about all of nature. And in many ways, I feel my voice here today is to represent that part of us, that part of nature that cannot speak. And the way I do that is I read poems. So I'm going to read you a short poem. It's called What Holds Me. A week later, grass taller, purple winterheads gathered in rows and jabbing, switchgrass lit up like Christmas, bark around the stump twitching with insects, and the black and yellow swallowtail wafting up the hill, searching for nuggets. It's uncommonly warm due to the hurricane. The zipper sound may be a prelude before the wind. Cherry leaves jiggling like tiny plates of jelly, and the sun choreographing shadows until suddenly they're swept sideways like a crowd of hippies caught by a sea breeze, except we're miles away from the beach. Another zipper. This morning I listened to a podcast talking about our predicament. How can grief be written? I run and check for Spider, but she's not come home. Maybe she's out wandering, or maybe she's been eaten. Anticipation is a sliding scale of dismemberment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Green. And let's move to agenda item 5, which is the CEO's report. Ms. Gold-Williams.
Thank you, Chair Steen. I very much appreciate that, and I want to thank all the board members as you all continue to serve so diligently. We do have a long day today. We have this meeting, and then we have the public input session. So I'm gonna get my comments going. As usual, what I do is I work up to the moment of the meeting, make sure that I'm current in my thinking for for what I want to share. And so the items that I talk about today, there is a PowerPoint presentation. It will be posted tomorrow, and anyone who wants one, if you're listening today, you can contact us, and we will also, if you don't have the internet, we can actually mail you a hard copy. We'd be glad to do that. So I'll jump right into it. But the main thoughts I want to talk about again are our guiding pillars. The board oversaw our work with those guiding pillars. They do absolutely guide us. We do everything in balance. We have multiple pillars that we manage. I will say we'll focus on affordability and reliability because that is, those are the two that when we survey customers over and over again, we get the feedback that whatever we do, keep moving forward, making progress, but make sure that power is affordable and reliable. I'm going to talk again about the sustainability successes that we have had and we continue to work on. A lot of times those things are ignored, and I do kind of understand that people want us to keep progressing, but we want to make sure that we take those things, maintain them, and move them forward. I'm going to talk again about how our rates compare because to the other competitive markets, that's an important consideration. There are not endless dollars to make investments, so we have to be careful. We have some complexities that we will always manage, many, but today I'm going to highlight the wholesale sales business and renewables complexities that we have. I'm going to talk about it. We've got a couple of questions about the business versus the residential bills, and I want to talk about that. And then end with, again, that, we by far embrace change and progress. The velocity of how we do it, the way that we partner together, all of that absolutely matters. So I'm going to go to my presentation, and on slide 4, this is a recap of the pillars. And again, the pillars are reliability, customer affordability, security, safety, environmental responsibility, and resiliency. And we do all of that through a financial responsibility lens. We do that. We have to make sure that we stay stable. Staying stable allows us to have a springboard upon which we can continue to make improvements. So I will tell you, every major initiative we have, every major strategy we have, we bump it up against all the pillars, not just one. If we're going after environmental responsibility, we also, again, make sure that we're looking at how reliable our solution and can we manage the affordability of it. Does it improve our resiliency? Does it make the system more secure? And are we keeping everyone safe? So again, those pillars are absolutely important. We believe you cannot do just one. You've got to do them all. To PDF slide 5, once again, we have surveyed over and over again. We surveyed last year. We're surveying this year. We've done multiple town halls. And we continue to get, of all the things that people are interested in, they, again, make sure they want the power to be reliable and they want the bills to be affordable. When relative to reliability, this is tough stuff, but we always make sure that we're doing all we can as an operator. We operate generation in Texas, and the generation that we have, all different types, benefits all of San Antonio, and it benefits Texas. Our part and every other generator that works on it, that works together to make sure that we don't end up with rolling blackouts. That's the big risk. And we study market trends all over the world, and we know that that's one of the most important things. A city like San Antonio, and probably any city, needs to operate 24/7, 365. There are hospitals that need to be maintained, security that needs to be maintained, people who work at night. All of those things happen. Reliability is important. Rolling blackouts, we will do all we can to protect this community and the state from that. And then we have to do it and make sure that we don't create bill shock. The community's already paying for assets, and those decisions were made some time ago publicly. We know that we have these assets. Those bills, those costs still exist. Any solution we would make is a decision that we have to make on top of all of the costs we currently have. There is no go away. These assets actually belong to the community. And, I've likened it to, you drive a car and then you don't want the car anymore. You don't abandon it and put it on the side of the street. You own that car, and you've got to make sure that you do all the things that you can do until you get to your next great car, hopefully an electric vehicle, a non-emitting vehicle. But whatever you do, you got to manage blending your solutions together so you don't create bill shock. PDF slide 6. I always like to say that. So we're making investments all the time. Our business is about serving the community, about serving customers, But the issue is it takes millions of dollars to invest in power and infrastructure to make sure that we can serve. And so, again, we're in everything from the power generation business. We're generating power. We're flowing gas. We're using transmission systems, both electric and gas transmission systems. And then we have distribution systems that go to homes, businesses, schools. And as we're trying to bring the community back and the economy back, we are making sure all the time that those systems are well maintained. Our field people, our frontline people, our people in the field with the blue shirts who have worked and dedicated their business and their lives to this business, they know how important it is. And so what they do all the time is keep the infrastructure maintained and moving all the time. PDF slide number 7. And again, we do believe that we can manage exposures relative to reliability, but we've got to be careful. And that's why in 2017 we created the Flexible Path strategy. That strategy has been complemented across the nation and across the globe because it really does say we are not stuck, and we aren't. We are flexible. We are willing to collaborate. We offer our hand and our intellect and our time all the time. Whether people want to join us, they decide. But I'll tell you what, we are open to talking to everyone in the community, and we are excited about getting their input and getting more involvement and getting more ideas. And we believe we have to be flexible to make this happen. I want to reiterate, all of this stuff that's happened, all the assets belong to the community, but we have only had one rate increase in 10 years, and the last one was 6 years ago, again, mostly because we know affordability is that important. And then what we do when we're producing power, we make sure that the generating assets that we own, again, serve this community first. And what they do is they protect all of the customers in our service territory, all of Greater San Antonio, from price spikes. Prices are fairly low now, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. But the thing about markets are they go up and they go down. And so what we've been able to do decade after decade after decade is make sure that this community gets protected from price spikes. And that can happen oftentimes when you just go to the market and say, whatever that market gives, I'll take it, versus us being able to control the power, know what the electrons are doing, know that we're decarbonizing our fleet, know that we're putting in new solutions that are low to non-emitting, and making sure that we can control how that power is generated and keep it affordable. PDF slide number 8. So, but we have to keep reminding people. I know a lot of people want to say, well, that nothing's happened. No, a lot of stuff has happened. We've been in the wind business for 20 years. We've substantially helped change the global market and helped bring prices down with our big RFP in solar back in the 2012 timeframe. I made sure that this organization created a flexible view, not just what we did before is good enough today, but opening ourselves up to be this flexible organization that thinks again about optionality, exploring and bringing the best solutions into San Antonio. We did close 2 older coal units in 2018. And we reinforced in 2019 that flexible path that we have is going to help us get to better decarbonization. It doesn't go straight to one solution. There's still a portfolio of solutions, and we talked about very heavily in 2019, we think we could decarbonize our profile 80% by the time we get to 2040. And then in 2019, again, the board, I respectfully so appreciative that you all endorsed the climate action adaptation plan that the city came up with, because that is really another way to focus on how do you get to full decarbonization. And so when the board did that, the instruction was actively to tell management, me and the team, that you got to keep pushing. You got to keep using the flexible path to find solutions along the way. And just one more time, 2019 was a great year, too, because we had an award-winning energy efficiency and conservation program called STEP. And we have really saved about 800 megawatts of power that we would have already built on top of everything we already have. And we've been able to push that down the road, and we can now see that solutions are getting better. They're not perfect, but they're getting much better from the time frame that we would have had to build a new plant. PDF number 8, slide number 8. I talked about this last time, but I'm going to continue to talk about. There's not an infinite number of dollars, but I want to tell you we're investing where the community has wanted us to invest. We have heard the request for energy efficiency and conservation, and again, that's why we have an award-winning STEP program. And we, by far, in comparison to the other major Texas markets, we're putting more money in investment in conservation and more money in renewables. And that's because a municipal model is built to listen. We have listened for years and years and years. We've had public input sessions. You all as board members and then your predecessors have been public input sessions. The city council gets public input sessions. We go all around the community talking to schools and organizations. We have people first fairs, all types of things where we get input. And our call center professionals, our energy advisors, we get input all the time. And then you can see it manifest into how we're investing in new technologies, cleaner technologies, and doing better than the competitive markets. But not because we know exactly what to do in those competitive markets. Any market can work. But this community, 78 years ago, decided to own its energy destiny. And this community set it up so that the municipal utility could find solutions and listen and implement. And I will tell you over and over again, that is what's happening. So today, we are number 1 in solar in all of Texas. We don't ever get credit for that. We're number 1 in solar in all of Texas, and we're number 5 in the nation. We're the 7th largest city, but we're number 5 in the nation. We contribute to wind so much that Texas is the best wind market in the state. And again, we have an award-winning energy efficiency and conservation program. We believe that we have to really continue to go down this road, but we want to remind everybody we're doing really well. PDF number 10. That said, everything costs money. There's no free ride. There's no making it up that's not about a solution that we haven't thought about. Everything translates to money. Even the energy efficiency and conservation program, everybody pays for. So the prior slide was about the bill, and we want to reiterate, everyone's paying about $4 as a resident on their bill on average, about $4. And if you supersize that and you say, I want to triple it because I want more savings, just triple it. That's what it is, but that's okay. If that's what the community wants to do, we're totally good with that. But we also believe that everything has to be in choice. So if you want to do something else, if we want to add certain things sooner rather than later, then we need to also think about what level should we keep this energy efficiency and conservation program so we can do something else. If we want more renewables will eat up the capacity that we might want to utilize to upsize the energy efficiency and conservation program. The point is, we never want to be the most expensive market in Texas. We never want to run away economic development. We never want to run away jobs because we aren't as frugal as we can be, and that's what we're doing. So we're getting in great value. We're keeping the bills well managed. We're maintaining reliability, and we're still looking for new solutions. I do want to highlight again, these programs are big. So last year, the conservation program was $82 million. And then last year, the renewable cost was $296 million. These aren't little dollars. These are big dollars, and they're not made up dollars. They're not just on a paper. They're real things that this management team thinks about all the time and trying to do the best we can. And the point I want to emphasize over and over again, we still have some of the best bills in the nation, let alone the state. Go down to PDF number 11. I talk about this one again, but we're limited. We're not a government. We're not policy-making entities. We're owned by a city, and we're careful. We're a complex business. We do the same thing any other business would do. We do it with heart, and we do it with a focus of people first. We don't create money. We don't print money. We can't demand that the federal government give us money. We can't do any of that, but we can partner. and we can be smart about things, and we can work with individuals. And again, we can figure out how to keep it all balanced while keeping the bills very attractive. Go on to PDF slide number 12. This is a variation, again, about managing risk. Once again, we have to do all we can as an owner-operator of generation to make sure that we are doing and making sure that the power and the services that we provide are reliable and that the bills are affordable. But the thing I want to talk about reliability, as much as we want to embrace solar, and we have, and we want more solar. Solar brings the benefit of being extremely clean, and the price is very, very good. But the reliability is a challenge. You have to make sure that the sun is shining to get solar energy, and you have to make sure that the wind is blowing strongly to get wind energy. It's just a slight breeze won't do it for you. You got to be able to harness those natural resources. And again, relative to affordability, you have to, again, always balance what do you get? A little bit of this and a little bit of that, a portfolio, a balance. When you do all that, you keep it affordable, and you also make sure that you don't over-risk what you're trying to do, what you're trying to produce, and that you're always thinking about the best choices that you can make for everyone. PDF slide number 13. So I want to talk a little bit about what we saw this year. And so every megawatt that we produce actually goes into a market. It goes into the ERCOT market. So we produce all of our power, we put it in the ERCOT market, but we match up how much of that energy that is needed with San Antonio with part of what we produced, so that everybody's covered by costs that we can control and keep managed to be as low as possible, affordable as possible. And then the excess goes out to the ERCOT market. And we compete out there with a lot of other generators. This is where people, give us all your information. Tell us what you're doing. Our point is those assets are not just for San Antonio's consumption. They're for a competitive part of the business. That is so important because it helps to keep the prices low. Whenever we can make $1 in that market, it's $1 that people in San Antonio don't have to pay. That's why it's important. And if we put all our data and we're not careful out there, we can always be underbid. And so the dollar will have to be paid by San Antonio, not others. We've talked about this with people over and over again, but this is not a consideration. When others are not a generator and they don't have the obligation to serve, then they don't think about those things. But these are the things that we have to think about. What this slide is, and things for the public to understand, all that said, it's important to have all the power that Texas needs, all the power that San Antonio needs, and then it's important to have extra. It's always important to have extra. If you had just enough, whenever there was a problem, like the plant needed to go down for unplanned maintenance or planned maintenance, or if you wanted to take some capacity off for whatever reason, let's say you wanted to close the plant, if it was exact, whenever you made that major move, you would cause huge price spikes. So what the market does, all the participants, we have excess and we put excess into the market so that when little things happen around the whole system that's connected, when that availability is not there, you can still function. That's why it's important. So it's called the reserve margin. And ERCOT has indicated that a reserve margin of close to 14% is what the state needs. Now, just for clarity, we produce about 7% of the capacity, but we contribute about 12 to 13% of the reserve margin, total reserve margin. That's huge. And the reason why that's important for San Antonio is that first means that San Antonio is very protected by all of the capacity that we have. And again, $1 that we can produce outside of San Antonio is $1 not having to be spent anywhere else. The interesting thing that's happening here is we had some real challenges in 2018 and 2019 because the reserve margin dipped much lower than the 14% level, went down as low as around 8% of a total reserve margin need. And that's when it gets dicey, because when you get it that low, then again, you can't necessarily protect the state and our city from price spikes. Now, here's the great thing: if the reserve margin minimum is about 14%, we're now getting up to almost 20% total reserve margin for Texas, and so we go, yay, that's awesome. That protects everyone from price spikes. The thing to note, though, is the reserve margin will be impacted a little bit more, or maybe a lot more, than it used to be, because instead of those things being base load generation, and they will be fossil fuels, they don't have to be coal, they're primarily gas units. Instead of those being all fossil fuel, more of it will be renewables. While that's great from an emissions standpoint, it's challenging, again, because when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow, that reserve margin is going to get tougher and tougher to manage. It doesn't always mean you have increased protection, and if you do, it's not around the clock. So we're watching this development of how the reserve margin is growing. The majority of the capacity being put on the ERCOT market is solar and wind, and that's great, but it could affect reliability. So I'm going to go to PDF slide number 14. So what we saw, there's a slide here that talks about the price. It's a price, market price of power. So 2018 is the purple line, and they all have a fairly similar curve. It's forecasting what are we going to see in prices in 2021 all the way out to 2025. And when we first did this forecast for these same years in 2018, the curve was a little higher. And then in 2019, the curve went up a bit more. And in some ways, the pressure is that means your prices are a little bit higher in those years. And we don't want them to be too high, but we don't want them to be too low. What you saw in 2020 as we got through this summer is these years, the forecast for the prices is starting to come down. And again, there's a good part, but too much of any one thing can be a challenge. So we like it to come down because we want prices overall to be manageable for the market. But if there is no lift in that market and prices continue to come down too much, you won't have enough incentive to keep investing in new generation, be it solar, wind, whatever firming capacity, batteries, things like that, even more so. So it really affects how you experience the current year, and it also affects how generators might make new investments in the future. So then go to PDF slide number 15. Here's our performance in wholesale sales. Again, wholesale sales is important. It helps offset the cost to the community. We've had a couple of very strong years of high net wholesale sales, net of all the costs that it takes to produce them. Fiscal year 2019, ending January 31st, 2019, and fiscal year 2020, those were very high wholesale sales years. We also had a really high wholesale sales year in 2015. But now what we're seeing this past year, where we made 120 net of everything last year, we're only thinking that we're going to make about 40 this year. Why is that a challenge again? Because if you can't continue to get that extra money from somewhere else, from others in the market, then those costs are the costs that the community that owns the assets, those costs come back and have to be borne here. So we looked at this. We kind of saw that it was a tough year with businesses being affected so much, jobs being affected so much. We had forecasted it, and when you go through the summer months, that's how you really see that's your peak period, and our peak period wasn't that peak. So we think for the year we're going to make about 40, give or take, and so we already know that we're entering a period of low pricing, and then from the previous chart you saw that's going to right now persist for several years going forward. PDF slide number 16. The reason why I put this on here is, again, people say things like, well, that's because we're underinvested in wind and we're underinvested in solar. So it's great that we're adding so much wind and solar. I will tell you the state has an abundance of wind, a lot. And I'm going to talk about the goodness of it, but I'm also going to talk about the challenges. So if you look at it, year after year after year, we've been growing wind. And we still have some good farms coming online soon. There's planning for more. So you're going to continue to see huge investments in wind. And so we have about 25,000 megawatts of wind, which is great. And you can see from the chart that I think we're going to get to easily within the next 5 years or so, about 40,000 megawatts of wind. Solar is smaller. It got launched later than wind did. Again, we've been in wind for 20 years. We've been in solar most of this decade. So you have less. You don't have as much capacity. Right now we have less than 5,000 megawatts of solar, but it's going to come. And we want the Flex Power Bundle to be part of that renaissance that puts more solar into the market. You got to always stay in balance. You can't over leverage. It's not time for us to put more wind, us in particular. It's time for us to put more solar on. That's great. But I think one of the interesting stories, when you look at it, the other chart that we have on the same page is storage, particularly battery storage. It's coming, but there's not a lot of it in the market currently. It doesn't even hardly register on the graph in comparison to wind and solar. You need to do everything that everybody wants to do. We need more energy storage, more firming capacity to help wind and solar. And I'm going to tell you exactly why. Let's go to the next page, 17. There's a lot of stuff on this chart, but the first and most important thing is, and the blue light panel there, it says, icing conditions in October impacted West Texas Panhandle wind production. What does that mean? If you also look at the chart that shows the blue and the red lines, meaning we had a whole lot more wind forecasted than that actually showed up. And what was fascinating is there were storms across the state. There was that period in San Antonio where it got a little cooler pretty quick, but in the Panhandle, it was freezing, and those wind farms froze. And so all the stuff that we thought we would get with hard winds, there were hard winds, but the weather was so bad, those farms could not produce. If Texas and if San Antonio had relied on everything that we forecasted in West Texas, we wouldn't have had all the power that we needed. And I hate to be, go on about this, but what was actually producing? Some of our fossil plants across the state. So this is not an endorsement that says we can't move from fossil. It's not an endorsement. It just says let's be careful because the journey that we make together is a better journey. And the journey that we make in timing matters. And the velocity of things matter. And when we stage solutions, that matters. So that we don't get stuck not being able to produce power for the state of Texas and for the citizens of San Antonio. PDF slide number 18. You've seen this before again. So all that said, the majority of our customers are residential, and we have some customers that are commercial and industrial and some customers that are in the other category. They're kind of in the military and those accounts. But I want to highlight again that pure dollars to make sure that everybody can afford everything. And currently, under the current portfolio that we have, although most of our customers are residential, a good portion of the money that comes in comes from businesses. Businesses create jobs. They help San Antonio move. They keep the economy going, and they help customers with their bills. So I didn't have this. I'm going to keep going to PDF slide number 9. So I had this slide. So it shows again that residential customers, there's a cost to serve. And for the total cost to serve residential customers, I said this last time, they're only paying about, all of us, because we're all citizens, 95% of what it costs. And businesses are paying 107% to help residents because we know a lot of residents in San Antonio need help, and we're good with that. But I'm going to the next slide because people say, well, what does that really mean? This charge is a little bit lower, and why is this charge lower and the price per unit lower? I just want to give everybody a little bit more context. If you go to PDF slide number 20, still, it doesn't really matter what the components are. And even when we let's say the board, you all do want to do the rack, and we move forward with that, and we'll look at design and figure out how to do it. It's a zero-sum game. You don't create more revenue because you redid the design. The design is like a balloon. You squeeze one in and the other one gets bigger, and vice versa. Right now, the average business across San Antonio is paying 10 times the cost that a residential customer pays, about 10 times plus. So the answer that people have said is, oh my gosh, you got to charge businesses more, and that'll solve the problem. You don't want to just go out and charge them more, because again, you'll affect the economy, and the economy is already struggling, and you'll affect jobs, and you'll affect businesses. So whatever we do, I would tell you there's not a lot of space, and we've got to be careful. But we would love the community to sit down with us, because this stuff is really hard, and most people don't want to think about it that hard. We haven't had a design change in a long time. By far, I agree with design changes. But all we're doing, again, is moving costs from one bucket to another, and we still have to be careful because we're not creating buckets. They are what they are. PDF slide number 21, I will continue to say, there's been conversations that the rating agencies are on us because of our carbon strategy and that we haven't done certain things. That is not true. That is not the fact. They understand the flexible path. I think the confusion has been, of all the communities that they've seen around the nation go out and find solutions, San Antonio has a way to be collaborative, a way to be innovative, is currently being successful, wants to do the right things, and now they see a tipping point where we can't even have people come visit with us anymore. When we invite them in, they don't want to come anymore, when in fact we want to sit down with them. That was a tipping point. But at the same time, because we've been really good stewards and we haven't done a rate increase, how will you ever do a rate increase? And we're not quite sure. We're not going to do any rate increase this year. We're not going to do anything. We know that we don't have disconnects going, haven't had disconnects going for most of the year. But eventually, as the community comes out of this tough time, the question is, what will happen? And so when you put all of that together with the way that we are not being able to get everybody at the table to be constructive, to stop this conversation that we don't want to work together, we absolutely do, and we think we know we have a great springboard to do that. The rating agencies are watching. We're good stewards. We're going to keep inviting people in. We're going to keep trying to be creative. We're still open. We've got some great things going with the flexible path and the flexible path strategies that we're doing. So we're just gonna stay focused and keep going. But we do know that view is out there. Slide 22, because it still matters, again, how and when you do things. The timing matters. It could create bill pressure. Velocity matters. You can say, I'm going to do every single solution today. If you do it today, that's going to create a kind of a mountain of dollars that are needed versus smoothing it in. And again, so we think that's important. And then the last piece, again, we showed these numbers last time, and we think that these are early estimates. We're still running the business 24/7, 365. We're still an essential service. We're still trying to keep everybody safe and keep the power and lights on. But we're starting this analysis of, what do you do? Do you want to, as a community, triple the size of the STEP program? Do you want to retire all the coal units as soon as possible? Because 2030, you're pretty much trying to get ready in the next couple of years to be on a path for that. Do you want to do that? And then you still have these really old units that could fail increasingly over the next 10 years. So you've got to think about that. You've got to think about all those innovations. But in some combination, what happens is, if we're not careful, we're just adding cost to San Antonio. Our bill increasingly gets more expensive for everyone, for residents and for businesses. And again, that's going to be a really tough thing to do as we're trying to all work out of this, out of the pandemic. And so my primary thing on PDF slide number 25 is, here we have this focus that we're not done, that we know everything costs money, but our goal is to keep it reliable and affordable, safe, secure, resilient, environmentally responsible. That's what this leadership team does. That's what the 3,100 employees do who are passionate about this community, think about it all the time. They're open, they're in learning mode, they're in contribution mode, they're in dedication mode to this community, and along the way we're going to continue to look at all the solutions that we can find. What else can we do in energy efficiency and conservation? How are renewables getting improving all the time? What's happening with storage? Is it getting longer in duration? Because that's really critical. How do you move from maybe coal to gas in the interim, in a state where it's abundant and it's less efficient? Is there a way to convert plants so that you're on the right journey? And then maybe there's new technology improvements like carbon capture, hydrogen, other things that you can do to get you to these sooner deadlines. And then again, helping customers all along the way. That's what we're really here for, is to help everyone all along the way. And so we're dedicated to that. We're sticking to it. Our employees are wonderful. I'm proud to work with them every day because they think about all these things, and we're passionate about making sure these things happen. So that is the end of my report.
Thank you, Ms. Gull-Williams. Any questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, this is Trustee Kelly. As you know, I have not cut our CEO much slack in the past. I have been difficult from time to time. I realize that. But I want to compliment her on dealing with the facts here, and that's been my argument since day one. Let's quit dealing with fantasy and let's start dealing with facts. And that applies to such thing as our rate advisory committee and that type of stuff. Our CEO has dealt with the facts and done an incredible job with it. I know it's much more fun to deal with fantasy, but she is doing a great job of dealing with the facts here, and I hope that we as a board and the listening people will pay attention to what she said. She's knowledgeable, she knows what she's talking about, and she has hit us with some honest-to-God facts here.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I want to say, again, Ms. Gull-Williams, I think it's important that our listeners see this presentation, and could you say again how somebody can get a copy that's listening in?
Well, we will definitely put it on the website tomorrow. That'll be out there, but we can, if they call us at our regular number, and we can get their information, 210-353-2222. We can take it over the phone. We can also catch it when people want to ask us those questions on the blog. So we have many ways, but they can also call our main number to get that information.
So I wanted to say that, like all of us, I have a lot of conversations with people, and it fits in with what people talk to me about when we've done these frequent surveys, and we're asking our customers to tell us what their priorities are. And the top two things are reliability, and this is on your slide 5, where you say what that means is that we're working to prevent rolling blackouts, and right up there with reliability is customer affordability, where we're working to prevent bill shock. And the one that the slide that I'd like for our customers to see is slide 9. I think that's so interesting when we talk about focusing on customer affordability. That chart that shows that Texas, and most people are not looking at this, but Texas cities residential monthly bill comparison, and you list 6 cities, and right there on the left side is San Antonio, where the average, where we're talking about a monthly bill comparison, so it's 141 for San Antonio, 146 for Austin as you step up. It's 151 for El Paso, 156 for Dallas, 161 for Houston, and 163 for Corpus Christi. So we're the lowest of those major cities, and yet 10% of our customer bills goes to funding our commitment to sustainability. And you're making the point that less than 1% is found in other Texas cities. So I don't know. I just think that's an incredible record that we need to, get out to people to know that if you, and everybody worries about their bills and their utility bills, but if it gives you comfort that we're the lowest in Texas. And we're going to talk about that next, but tied into that is the emphasis we put for years on cost reduction. And that's something that we've done just an incredible job on. I think we've got a presentation coming up next thing on the agenda about that. So
yes, sir.
Anyway, I just want to say congratulations on what you're doing. It seems like in terms of what we're finding out in these surveys, we're doing what our customers want us to do in terms of our priorities.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. We're focused on that. This chart in particular is available. We actually produced it in a couple of different forms. And again, we're looking at total bill. We're looking at standard rates. These are non-promotional rates. These are definitely standard rates. In other words, every single day we think about keeping all the costs low, and then we give everyone the benefit of that. And again, residents benefit a bit more, but the business community has been supportive of that for a very long time. So we'll make sure that that's highlighted, and we'll make sure that we put this information out. And we're going to keep pushing because we're going to have it verbally. We're going to have it synced to the slides. We're going to have speaking points. We're going to have different things, again, highlights that people can get to this information more readily than before. We're going to do a better job on that.
Let's go, Williams. Is there any way it's possible that we could put that on the building statement to show how we compare with the other cities and listing that right there on the
yes.
The
That's
next
a great
building
idea. Yes.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll put that as an action. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Gold-Williams. Well done, as always.
Thank you, sir.
All right. I think let's move to agenda item 6, additional updates. And Ms. Gold-Williams, you're the presenter sponsor. I know the 6A is cost savings, which I was just talking about. We do that at every meeting. We've been doing that for years, this intense focus on cost savings. But this one's on e-voice automation. And it says Gary Gold introducing Mr. Daniel Elias, who gave that wonderful prayer earlier. Do you want to introduce it, or do you want me to go right to Gary Gold?
Gary Gold is ready to go, sir.
Mr. Gold.
Good afternoon, trustees. Yes, I am very pleased this afternoon to introduce Daniel Elias, who's going to be here presenting on this month's cost savings topic, e-invoice automation. Daniel has been with CPS Energy now for 22 years in a number of roles. He has been a member of our internal audit team in various capacities. He's also spent quite a bit of time in financial services, managing our payroll and accounts payable functions, and he has been involved over the years in numerous SAP implementations. Daniel is a certified public accountant and a certified information systems auditor and is very knowledgeable on this particular topic. If you would flip to PDF page number 4, one item that I would like to highlight is that this particular project was a collaborative partnership between financial services and our enterprise information technology group. What we did here in this particular project is leverage some technology that allowed us to find some efficiencies. And in just a second, I want to allow Vivian Bouet an opportunity to speak to these technologies as well. Just as a little bit of a background, this particular project is coming out of our accounts payable group, which is a small team of about 7 individuals. And the savings that this particular initiative is bringing forward might not be as large as some that you may have heard in past months, but for this particular group, these are significant savings. And what it really highlights here is that the savings that can be found even from small groups throughout the company can have an important and a cumulative impact for CPS Energy and for our customers. Daniel, in his presentation, is going to talk to the numbers and the efficiencies and the benefits of this project, which were really important as we embarked upon this. But really, there was one additional benefit that we saw out of this particular project that we really didn't anticipate as we started, and that really came about as a result of COVID. Prior to this project here, the accounts payable team was handling paper invoices and processing those, and they were having to come into the office to be able to do that. With this project, we've been able to significantly reduce the handling of the paper invoices. That's allowed us to ensure that we keep our accounts payable team safe at home. They're now processing these virtually. And so it has provided benefits for safety benefits for our team, and really also for our vendors as well, because now they're not having to get us those paper invoices as well. They're sending us those electronically. So we've seen it's really been a win-win for both the CPS Energy team as well as our vendors. So with that in mind, I did want to allow Vivian just an opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the technology that we've been able to leverage as part of this project. Vivian?
Thank you, Gary, and thank you to the trustees and the board members for allowing me to speak very briefly about some of the technology. We'll jump into the presentation very shortly. The goal here was to take what was effectively a manual process and leverage technology to our benefit to gain some efficiencies overall. The technologies we're talking about really here are technologies that you'll hear more about in the presentation, RPA, or robotic process automation, and OCR, which is what we consider optical character recognition. Basically, a robot that is artificially trained to read the electronic invoice, process that invoice, and eliminate a lot of the manual processing that a human being would normally do. Now, we have a lot of controls in place to make sure that we double-check with human eyes that we've got this right. But overall, I wanted to share how we're leveraging technology ultimately to optimize processes that we do in the back office. Typically, we don't talk about these, but it's really important to recognize how this ultimately drives to cost savings. Gary, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vivian. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Daniel to walk us through the presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Gary and Vivian, for the introduction. And good afternoon, Chairman Steen, Board of Trustees, and senior leaders. I want to thank you for the opportunity to allow me to present cost savings related to a recent implementation of accounts payable e-invoice automation. I will begin my presentation on PDF page 5 with the objectives and takeaways. Today, I will review e-invoice automation savings and efficiencies and provide an overview of future enhancements. Moving to PDF page 6, the agenda today will include an overview of estimated cost savings in current projects. I also want to include a short story of how accounts payable processes were before this implementation, and an overview of the enhancements that were implemented, an overview of how the accounts payable processes are working after the implementation of the enhancements. And I would like to conclude my presentation with a summary of efficiencies gained through the e-invoice automation. Moving to PDF page 7, here I want to highlight how advanced technology and automation in our vendor invoice processing have introduced cost savings and efficiencies this fiscal year and in future fiscal years. Effective July of this year, accounts payable no longer needed staff augmentation. This is in addition to our authorized headcount, which basically provided for us an estimated cost savings of over $22,000. Also, since we implemented invoice automation enhancements in January of this year, manual invoice processing and posting has saved us over $57,000, allowing staff to spend more time on other tasks to include enhancing vendor relationships. This has resulted in estimated cost savings of approximately $81,000 this fiscal year. For fiscal year 2022, we anticipate additional savings of approximately $127,000 that will be achieved as a result of one full-time equivalent headcount that will be no longer needed by accounts payable, and the ongoing savings related to the reduced manual invoice processing and posting. This brings our overall estimated cost savings of over $208,000 so far. Moving to PDF page 8, this slide provides a summary of the estimated savings due to the recent enhancements that have been implemented, and summarize the future enhancements that will be introduced through a phase 2 of the e-invoice automation project to continue enhancing our current processes and technologies. One point to make is that we're committed to continue exploring ways to save costs and create efficiencies by constantly evaluating our processes and internal controls. Some of the projects in progress to achieve these additional savings include the automation of the scanning of our non-purchase order invoice requests, which are generally used to pay vendors for services that don't require a purchase order. And also the automation of the scanning of all paper travel expense reports submitted by employees that use procurement cards for travel or for other expense types such as professional license renewals, membership fees, and small dollar items. In addition to these enhancements, this phase will include also an upgrade of our existing optical character recognition OCR software to a cloud-based version that will help enhance the user interface for our staff and system reliability as well, especially as staff continues to work from home during the COVID-19 pandemic. This phase 2 will also enhance reporting to provide data that can help management make better decisions about our current operations. My focus in the next few slides will be on the enhancements achieved during the first phase of the e-invoice automation project deployed in January and the savings and efficiencies that we have achieved so far. Moving on to PDF page 9. During last fiscal year, 2020, the accounts payable team partnered with our EIT team to implement several process and technology enhancements for paying our vendors. The goal was to move away from those manual intense processes to ways that we could achieve efficiencies through automation and streamline the processes while maintaining a strong internal control environment. Last fiscal year, our team received over 70,000 paper invoices via the U.S. mail. This manual process required 2 employees to open, date stamp, sort, and scan paper invoices into our OCR solution. It is important to emphasize that all service invoices received by our accounts payable team and approved by our field representatives require our staff to manually post them into our SAP system, which increased the error margin due to human intervention. Moving to PDF page 10. So what happened as a result of the enhancements that were implemented during this initial phase? The majority of our vendors no longer mail a paper invoice. Instead, they email their invoices to our electronic invoicing mailbox, which is available 24/7, always ready to accept vendor invoices. Robotic process automation technology was also implemented to monitor the mailbox and process the invoice emailed by the vendors by scanning them into the OCR solution, completely automated. A nice feature was also deployed by having the RPA robot respond to each vendor with an email confirmation, letting them know that their invoice was received and is being processed. Another efficiency to highlight here is that once the invoices are automatically scanned to the OCR solution, it only requires one employee to verify them before the invoice parks or posts to our SAP system. Moving to PDF page 11. With these enhancements implemented, our accounts payable team has received this year alone approximately 27,000 invoices electronically. As Gary mentioned earlier, this has been a win-win scenario for our vendors and CPS Energy, especially through the COVID-19 pandemic. This enhancement has helped us reduce the processing of any paper invoices to one employee. Also, an enhancement was implemented to allow for approved service invoices to be automatically posted instead of requiring manual intervention by accounts payable staff. This also has resulted in savings and auto-posting of 51% of service invoices received by the team. Moving to PDF page 12, these enhancements have created savings and efficiencies that benefit our entire enterprise, as it has allowed for a decrease of paper invoices batches from 1,100 to 221 per month. That is a 70% reduction. In addition, the number of hours spent opening, date stamping, storing, and scanning invoices has been reduced from 20 hours to 10 hours per week, as the number of paper invoices keep decreasing significantly. Also, the manual invoice posting has been reduced by 30%, and equipment maintenance has been reduced due to less paper being handled by the staff. The best part has been an improved overall relationship with our vendors, as staff has more time to answer their calls and provide outstanding customer service. In conclusion, I want to highlight the fact that using advanced technology has introduced savings and efficiencies in our processes and strengthened vendor relationships. This concludes my presentation, and I will be more than happy to answer any questions y'all may have at this time. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Elias. Well done. What questions or comments are there? Thank you, Mr. Elias.
Thank you, sir.
Let's move to the next agenda item, which is 6B, Flex Power Bundle Update, and that's Dr. Chris Euchster. Ms. Gold-Williams, do you want to introduce it or just go directly to Dr. Euchster?
Dr. Euchster is ready to go, sir.
All right, proceed, please.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Steen and trustees. I will be providing an update of the Flex Power Bundle here today. It is our integrated approach to bring on up to 900 megawatts of solar, up to 50 megawatts of battery storage, and an all-source firming capacity. So it's our big push into renewables and clean energy, as I'll talk about today. We're going to share some insights from the RFI, request for information, that just completed in August of this year, and we are getting ready to launch the RFP here again by the end of this year. So if you go to PDF page 17, our objective is really to discuss the flexible path journey and highlight key insights from our flexible power bundle, request for information, process, and community outreach. The agenda is we'll talk about the journey, we'll talk about the integrated approach around the Flex Power Bundle, the RFI insights and industry perspectives, community conversations and key messaging, and our path forward with Flex Power Bundle RFP. You go to PDF page 19. This shows our journey from 2018 under our CEO, Paula Gold-Williams' leadership, she launched the flexible path strategy. Since there have been some pretty significant milestones along the way, we've retired the 2 Dealey coal units in 2018. We added 50 megawatts of solar with the Ivory plants. We achieved our STEP program, exceeding our 771 megawatt savings goal. We launched the Big Sun Community Solar 5 megawatt project, which was very innovative in terms of bringing solar into the fabric of our community with shaded covered parking lots and having folks be able to sign up with that community solar program. And here we are about to launch the Flexible Power Bundle RFP. If you go to PDF page 20, so the Flex Power Bundle is unique. It's not just another solar PPA that we're trying to do. It really is, the intent is to replace a fossil fuel plant or aging gas plant. And the specific plants that we're looking at are the Bronick 1, 2, and 3 gas power plants. They were built in 1966, Bronick 1, 1968 for Bronick 2, and 1970 for Bronick 3. So they are pretty old plants, represent about 859 megawatts of capacity. And what we're trying to do with the Flex Power Bundle is to really replace that with cleaner and renewable energy generation mix with the 900 megawatts of solar, the 50 megawatts of storage, and an all-source firming capacity. Now, the interesting thing about the Bronick plant, the gas power plants, is when they were originally constructed, they were truly a 24/7 baseload power plant. But over the past, I'd say, decade or so, they are operating much more like a peaking plant. So they run primarily through the summer months, so from May to September, and they primarily run through during the day. So they come online at 10 o'clock in the morning. They serve the afternoon and the evening load, and then they turn off kind of around the 10 o'clock in the evening time frame. So they're much more conducive to looking to be replaced with a resource like solar, because solar, again, is an afternoon profile and really produces a lot of its energy during the summer months. So there's a lot of alignment with the Flex Power Bundle package and the Bronick gas power plants that we're trying to replace. Now, if you go to PDF page 21, you can see, and this is both a summer day and a winter day, and you can see the overall line here is basically our customer demand. The solar profile is still only in the afternoon and during the day, and so you still need the rest of your fleet for that firming capacity to again meet the demands of our customer, whether it's a summer day or a winter day. And in the winter, sometimes that peak is not necessarily in the afternoon, but it might be at 8 o'clock in the morning or 7:30 in the morning when you have some pretty extreme cold weather and things are impacted earlier in the morning than later in the evening. So again, we need the firming capacity, and how do you firm the solar, I think, is going to be very important in this process. If you go to PDF page 22, while the focus on the Flex Power Bundle is really around clean energy and renewables, we will consider all the pillars from reliability to customer affordability, security, safety, environmental responsibility, and resiliency. If you go to PDF page 23, and we showed this at the last time we discussed this with the board, this has been a global RFI. We think globally, apply locally. So we had responses coming from 5 different continents. Nearly 200 responses received from across the globe. So we really are starting to raise the visibility of what we're doing here in San Antonio to get the best and brightest from what the world has to offer. If you go to PDF page 24, again, some of the insights that we got were interest from around the world, and I give a lot of credit and kudos to Rudy's team, to the fact that we did a multilingual media outreach, really successfully sparked a global response. Another insight is Texas is seeing a large number of solar and energy storage projects that are in queue for ERCOT. So these are very real proposals that are coming to us, both across Texas, not just West Texas, but across all of Texas. The challenge does remain around long-duration energy storage. We've got some very innovative, novel approaches there, but the commercial viability really still needs to be explored as we get into an RFP and we talk about firm prices and guaranteed performance requirements. But we are absolutely going to continue to approach it from an all-source RFP approach so that we really have an integrated approach for cleaner generation. If you go to PDF page 25, and this is a little bit of a drill down on the long-duration storage challenge. And what you see here on the y-axis is the technology readiness, and on the x-axis is the storage duration. How long can you store power? And what you see is lithium-ion batteries are widely commercially available. There's a lot of momentum behind lithium-ion batteries and declining cost curves. And 5 years ago, those batteries might have only stored an hour of capacity. Now they're up to 4 hours. So the question is, will that momentum continue over to the right so that you can store power for 10 hours, 12 hours, or even longer? The other thing we saw in the RFI, we saw a lot of innovative proposals around thermal storage, compressed air storage, liquid air, flow batteries, underground pumped hydro. They had more limited commercial operations that you could point to. And so the question is, they're demonstrating that long duration storage today, but is it going to be viable enough so that we can really, again, replace a physical power plant with that? And again, I think the RFP will tell us that as we get into firm prices and guaranteed performance requirements. Hydrogen, a little bit further out there, more early stage, again, has the ability to kind of cut across from short duration to very, very long duration storage. If you go to PDF page 26, we have partnered with some key industry leaders, Dr. Arshad Mansour, who's the president of EPRI. We're very integrated with EPRI and really have gotten their perspectives on the Flex Path as well as the Flex Power Bundle. Dr. Ernie Muniz, who's the former Secretary of Energy, we've had a couple meetings with him to get his insight, especially around some of these longer duration storage technologies, and he's really provided some key insight there. And then Clint Vince, who we've worked with, who runs the U.S. energy practice for the Dentons, also has kind of given us some strategic perspectives as well. If you go to PDF page 27, the key for us as we are doing this in partnership with our community is really we partner with operations and customer engagement. That's Rudy's group. So how we market this, how we get feedback, how we really partner with our community in this journey, I think is key. And while we on the operational side kind of have a good feel for the technical requirements, Rudy and his team have a very, very good feel for some of the customer feedback and sentiment. And so really the partnership between those two, I think, is critical for the success of this very strategic and important project for the community. If you go to PDF page 28, we've already had a number of different community conversations, from our virtual People First community fairs to the state of the utilities with Paula and Robert Puente from SAWS, to our sustainability report that we just released. If you go to PDF page 29, this shows all the different conversations that we've had. And I would say, we've had very positive feedback from all of our stakeholders on the Flex Power Bundle, from the chambers to the San Antonio Manufacturers Association to the environmental stakeholder groups. So I think it's been a very positive initiative, and we're very excited to see it move forward here as a team. If you go to PDF page 30, the message that we have is the world is changing. Our flexible path is our strategic long-term plan for how we supply energy to our community. Our community is growing, so our goal is to provide affordable, reliable, clean energy for our fast-growing community. Our power plants are aging, so we've got to think about how to replace them, and we do want to replace them with cleaner, more renewable generation opportunities. And our Flex Power Bundles are our first major step, or our next major step, to replace some of the aging gas steam units. And through the RFI, and I think we will also see this through the RFP, that there will be new and innovative technologies and approaches that really can make a difference here in the future. And finally, our guiding pillars will help guide us through this through the flexible path journey. So if you go to PDF page 31, this is a timeline of where we're at. Again, we are excited and hopeful that we can launch the Flex Power Bundle RFP this year and get better responses through the first part of next year and be under contract by September of 2021. So we're going to do this in a very systematic way, and we're also going to do this in partnership with our stakeholders, getting feedback along the way and keeping them well informed along the way. So again, PDF page 32, to wrap up our path forward, we are looking forward to issuing the Flex Power Bundle RFP, and we want to continue conversations with our community about our overarching flexible path strategy and our Flex Power Bundle RFP process. And in fact, we have a Facebook Live chat December 3rd, 2020 with our CEO, Paula Gold-Williams, myself, Krista Davis, who's the project lead for this effort, and Melissa Sorolla, who leads our corporate communications and marketing under Rudy Garza's group. And with that, that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Euster. Any questions or comments on his Flex Power Bundle update?
Dr. Euster, excellent presentation on the Flex Power Bundle. If I'm looking at the proposed projected timeline, and I do like the way y'all have it set up, the only thing that I would comment on and I would like to see is to move in. We have the draft launch power RFP, bidder's response, but bid evaluation and selection. In that last process where it says to be determined contracts award, I would like to see that moved up in July. That star moved to July. And if you need necessary time, let us know. But I would like to move that up, and then you would have 5 months of evaluation, and then in the process in getting that done, then we have the winter months to really proceed with, and get a lot of that done. So I would like, if you could look at that and really get a good eye on something like that right now. I sure appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely, Trustee Dr. Mackey. Thank you. Count us in on it. I'm looking at the team right here. We're going to try to move it up, but we'll certainly take that input. Appreciate that, Trustee Dr. Mackey.
Hey, thank you so much, Dr. Euster.
Chairman, this is Ron. If I can get in the queue.
Sure. Go ahead, man.
Okay. Thank you. Well, Chris has a great presentation. My comments are similar to Trustee Mackey. Seems like we've been talking about this for a long time now, and there's a lot of anticipation. We added a step with the RFI, which proved, in my book, it proved how much anticipation there is globally for what we're doing. And I'm wondering if we can, accelerate this process even more. I see we have 3 months for bids to come in. We've got a full, 6-7 months in the initial timeline for evaluation and ultimate selection. I mean, my sense is that there's very little going on right now with regard to these big plays in renewables and the kinds of bundling that we're doing on a major RFP like this is something I think that will be pleasantly surprised by the responses, particularly as it relates to the changing administration and et cetera. So I'm wondering if we can accelerate this. And Paula mentioned we're number one in Texas. With this RFP, and once it's solidified, we will be number one in the entire United States. And I think that's something that will be lauded and will help continue to tell our story very well and show the strength of our model as a public utility. So I would just like to see us move as quickly and as efficiently as possible in the process. And other than that, I love what you guys are doing. The preparation work has been awesome to see, and I'm looking forward to getting CPS out there.
Thank you, Mayor, and we will definitely try to find efficiencies and accelerate where we can. Thank you for that input.
Dr. Utzer, this is Ed Kelly. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Would you go back to slide 20, or PDF 20, and drill down a little bit on what you mean by all source firming capacity and how we would achieve that?
So I think that is the complexity in all of this, Trustee Kelly. But I'm very optimistic on it for the following reason. We're talking about replacing a peaking asset here. So this is not a baseload asset that we're looking to replace. So it's a little bit different from, for example, like the spruce plants. By peaking capacity, I mean that it runs primarily during the day. It's not running 24/7. It only runs through the summer months. And so I think we have the ability to think a little bit more differently and strategically about the energy storage component of this. So I think what we're thinking about is how much energy storage do we need to basically firm up the Flex Power Bundle as if it were, this peaking gas plant. Again, it's not a combined cycle that's running 24/7. It's a peaking gas plant. I think the challenge is that there may be some conditions, like we have used this plant when we had the polar vortex several years back, where we did have to run it overnight over a much longer period of time. So I think we're going to have to think through all of that, but I think our approach is, what are the all-source requirements that replicate this plant? And again, this plant is a peaking capacity, which I think has a little bit more flexibility than a true 24/7 baseload plant.
Is the idea to use those 3 gas plants that you cite on that chart to be the firming capacity? Or are you looking for a new source of firming capacity? Or what are you going to do to stand behind this huge input in solar?
So we're going to be looking for a new source. So these plants would basically become an offline. So they would be shut down, and the new source would have to replace that firming capacity.
So give me an example of a new source.
Well, it gets back to that page on let me go back to, you go to page, go to PDF page 25. So if you had it, for example, if you had to extend, like the solar comes offline maybe at 6, 7 o'clock at night, and you had to extend that profile until 10 or 11 o'clock, you could do that with batteries. So if you really are looking for just a 4-hour duration of supporting that, you could do that with batteries. But if you wanted to cover the entirety of that plant, let's say for whatever reason there's a cloudy day that day, but you still needed that power, it was still a hot day, you would need to kind of have firming capacity from 10 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. So that's a 12-hour duration. There are some technologies out there. There's compressed air, there's liquid air, there's thermal storage. So really it's the energy storage that's going to firm it up. But it will be, we will spec it in a way that is comparable to what that plant provided when it was operational.
Why couldn't you use your existing peaking plants to do that?
We could, and I think we do have some flexibility because we do have enough of them in our portfolio. But at some point, this asset will go away, so our reserve margin will be going down, and so we'll have less in our portfolio to firm this up, because our peaking capacity that we've got in place right now is already part of of what we need to serve this community.
Hey, I wanna jump in a little bit. So just for clarity, we're operating baseload units that are really old, like peaking capacity. We have peakers that we utilize, but those peakers are really set up to manage the variability that we already have. We already have 1,000 megawatts of wind and we already have 600 megawatts of total solar. So the issue that we have is we're taking a lot of capacity out, and you can't just move that over to the other units that are mitigating other risks. We're needing to add capacity, but Chris is right. I want to highlight this. He's making such an important point. When we get challenged to close the coal unit, that's huge because those plants are base load. They're newer. They perform. They run all the time. They don't run like peakers. And so it's harder to get you have to get long duration storage, and you have to bump those options up against gas. And we have certain constituents who can't stand that. They don't want anything that's fossil. But you have to bump it up because we need to be able to tell the board and the community, well, okay, if we go cleaner, if we don't use gas as some type of peaking unit gas or some type of combined cycle units or whatever, we don't utilize that because we want to go to cleaner. There's probably a premium associated with that because you're going to have to, what I always say, with batteries, you got to rack them and stack them. It's more expensive, and the life of the batteries won't last that long. But what Chris is talking about, if we got these older units, they're the old car that you have in the driveway, you take it out on a Sunday drive to make yourself happy, or in reality, they show up when the wind didn't show up, but you're not running those things over and over and over again. We need to add capacity to go along with the solar to make it more stable because the existing peaking units that we have, the peakers, need to help with the 1,000 megawatts of wind and the 600 megawatts of solar. And then we'll be able to take those much older units out that need they need engine repair and new carburetor and all that kind of stuff. So we need to add that whole bundle. Does that help,
Yes.
Trustee Kelly?
Well, it does, but some of these new technologies that you're going to use as firming, I'm not sure are that firm. Terminal, utility scale, underground pumped hydrogen, utility scale, liquid air, compressed air. That's all relatively cutting edge stuff. And so you're going to use more cutting edge stuff to support your solar cutting edge stuff. Why don't you keep some known capacity that has proven itself year after year after year after year, rather than hitching all your horses to this new technology which may or may not work? It's the old issue of let's not get on the bleeding edge of technology, let's get on the leading edge. So I enough said, but I would take a very strong look at, instead of placing my entire bet on solar and other leading edge technologies, I would also take a hard look at stuff that has proven itself many, many years and see if you can't use some of those existing plants as peaking equivalents. You may have to do some modification, but I bet it would be much cheaper than coming in and totally retooling yourself with different types of peaking capacities. So I'm just urging you to take a look at it. I know it's sexy to do the quote new stuff, but every now and then, sexy is not necessarily the best way to do stuff.
Understood, sir. We will bring all the options on the table and we'll be able to compare them. We won't be able to breathe life back into these Bronick units. That won't work. But we will look at different types of capacity, like different types of peakers or reciprocating engines, things like that, and we'll give a comparison. Again, everything needs to be in balance, to your point, and that's why all resource isn't just about going after things that are not yet commercially able to factor in for reliability. We'll look at the whole gamut. So we'll bring that back for community discussion and discussion with the board and council.
Good.
Well, I really thank you, Ms. Williams for that comment and bringing it back and letting us look at that, because I followed like Trustee Kelly. Instead of just looking at all the leading edge, then I'm more active to stay pro to the proven edge that we have, which is the solar and the storage, until we see that their options are really proven. So thank you for getting a chance to look at that and bringing that back to us, so we get a chance to review that at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will do that. I think that's the end of Chris's presentation, Chair Steen.
Oh, I was going to mention on the Bronick plants, I think the newest is 50 years old. Is that correct? On Bronick 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Dr. Euster, again, I want to just emphasize something that the mayor was saying. So right now, today, we're number 1 in solar in Texas, correct?
Yes.
And we're number 5 in the country. And
yes.
if we implement this Flex Power bundle in the way that you're setting it out, would that vault us to number 1 in the country? Is that correct?
Well,
I know it's a little bit of a moving target, but is that possible?
It would certainly move us up. I think part of the number 5 in the country is how much solar is deployed within the city of San Antonio. So there are different ways that things are measured, but what we expect is there will be a big local distributed component of this Flex Power bundle, which should move us up. I can't guarantee you number 1, Chair Steen, but we'll definitely be moving up that ladder.
Chair, if I may, the Solar City rankings that just lauded CPS Energy in the city of San Antonio that came out, I think, probably 3 or 4 months ago, did a ranking of solar production in the utilities in each of those cities. We were number 5. I believe the number 1 might be the city of Los Angeles. I'm not quite sure, but according to their rankings, which I think is production per customer, production per rooftop household, we would be number 1, and not even, I don't think it's even that close. So again, I think that, CPS continues to set the pace for the industry, and as a public utility, that puts us in a very strong position with regard to our voices in other venues with regard to the governance and moving forward of CPS as a strong component of our city.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Dr. Euster, going back to that slide 31 where you're showing the timeline and reacting to what Dr. Mackey said and what the mayor said, what can you tell us now about speeding things up? Or is that something where you're going to have to get together with your team and come back to us, or is there something today you can tell us?
Well, I do think we want to be thoughtful. We want to get this all-source, long-duration component right. But believe me, Chair Steen, we want to move this timeline up. I mean, we want to. There's just widespread excitement about this project, and I think we want to accelerate where we can. So I do think it is possible to move the evaluation selection piece of it up a little bit, but I don't want to commit here today, before talking with my team. But we will challenge ourselves to move things up where we can.
How about if you came back to our December meeting with an update on it?
Yeah, absolutely. We will do that, Chair Steen.
This is Paula again. Boy, the board's putting screws on you there.
Exactly.
They're good screws.
Good screws.
That's our job on you because we want to bring the best out of you.
Yes. I will say this, because I have to. What gets so discouraging is people can't see the goodness of this. And it would sure be if Antonio could get the whole thing and we could stay focused and we can think about the goodness and the right way to do this, because this is huge. To the mayor's point and And to the Vice Chair's point, Vice Chair Dr. Mackey and you, Chair Steen, and you, all of you. You all want us to do it right. Trustee Gonzalez is always talking to us about doing the right thing and using technology, and Trustee Kelly's always saying do it, but be careful because affordability and reliability matter. But this is the good work, and we are excited that the board's excited, and we want to bring this forward. And so our ability to focus and not be distracted by negativity when we want everyone to collaborate and see the goodness of this, that just makes us excited. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I think as we move along on the agenda on these additional updates, there was a 6C. It just said other. Is that anything in particular, or should we move on?
Yes, sir. I see. I think we're ready to move on from there. I think we hit the highlight, but I'm looking at my agenda again. I think there is no other. We can move on. 7.
Okay. Chairman Steen, trustees, this is Rudy Garza, Chief Customer Engagement Officer here at CPS Energy. Today we have a procurement preview item for you related to our customer engineering design contracts. While San Antonio and our local economy has certainly seen significant impacts due to COVID-19 this year, one area that continues to see a lot of activity is growth in our service territory. The design contracts that we're going to present to you today help us augment our internal staff with external resources to be able to be responsive to our community and the development community in San Antonio. And Ms. Trish Villa, Director of Customer Engineering, is going to take you through the presentation. Trish has been with CPS Energy for 16 years. She's a great young leader who's been in multiple parts of our business, including power generation and overhead electric construction, and now she leads our customer engineering function. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Trish Villa to walk you through the presentation.
Thank you, Rudy, for the introduction, and good afternoon, Chair Steen, Board of Trustees, Paula, and our senior leaders. Thank you for allowing me to join you this afternoon. Can you have slide 35, please? I'm very excited to talk to you about the customer engineering design contract that we have utilized for the past 3 years to help balance our workload and our customer growth. And we are looking to award the new contract to provide the same services for the next 3 years. PDF slide 36, please. So these are the items that we'll be reviewing today. How this contract and customer engineering aligns with our guiding pillars. I'll introduce the customer engineering team, then I'll go over the details of the contract and its renewal. PDF slide 37, please. This design contract allows CPS Energy to partner with our local contractors, and it also provides they also provide our service designs, for our commercial customers, industrial customers, and our residential customers. This project, like many others that we deliver for our customers, are aligned with our guiding pillars and our foundation. PDF slide 39, please. So this is our senior leadership team of customer engineering. As you know, our interim chief is Rudy Garza. Carmen Nelson serves as our interim VP. Chad Johnson is our senior director. And lastly, I am Trish Villa, the director of customer engineering. PDF slide 39, please. The customer engineering business unit is broken up into 4 service groups, which consist of large commercial, small commercial, and residential development and residential services. These areas are overseen by a group of 4 managers, and I do want to note right here that all 4 of these areas within customer engineering are supported by this design contract. PDF slide 40, please. So I do want to give you a couple of details behind this contract. This contract does support our industrial, our small customers, our multifamily customers, and of course our residential customers. In this contract, it does provide various services. These services do include custom designs, site assessments. Also, these contractors do interact with our customers to ensure the accuracy of their projects and to make sure that our customer needs are met. PDF slide 41, please. So San Antonio has seen a tremendous amount of customer growth over the last few years. This growth was documented in an article that was published by the San Antonio Business Journal earlier this year. And again, this contract will continue to support the increase that we are seeing across our community, and help mitigate any potential customer impacts that we may see. PDF slide 42, please. So there has been a steady increase in our workload. This does include new construction as well as any other type of customer request that we may get. We are projecting that this growth will continue at the same rate that we've been seeing at approximately 15%. And again, this contract will help us manage the workload that we are experiencing. PDF slide 43, please. So the contract spend has mirrored the total workload that we have seen in the past 3 years. And we are projecting that the spend will increase in the next few years as a result of the workload trends that we are seeing. Finally, with the average annual increase of 14%, we are projecting to spend approximately $40 million over the next 3 years. PDF slide 44, please. So I'm going to go ahead and shift focus a little bit to the qualification for this contract. We did advertise this contract to the public as a request for qualification because this is a professional service, and the RFQ allows for the selection of the most qualified contractors. And in the next slide, I'll go ahead and go over the results of the RFQ. PDF slide 45, please. So CPS Energy, we did receive 20 proposals. With this new RFQ, we did take the opportunity to bundle the services by our contract for our contractors. So what that means is that our contractors are going to, just do gas design services, or just electric design services, or they will have the opportunity to do both for us. This approach also allowed for us to award to 14 contractors. All 14 of these contractors do have local offices. 6 of the 14 are new contractors, and 3 out of the new 6 are classified as diverse and small businesses. So with this debundling approach, we were able to choose every minority business that met our qualifications. Another thing I do want to mention is that the larger firms that we selected will be utilizing subcontractors that are classified as small, local, and diverse. Another thing, customer engineering does have a structured mentorship program for our contractors. And what we do is we focus on our new contractors by teaching them our design processes and provide them the support that they need to be successful. And again, this contract will have a term of 3 years with a value of a little over $40 million. And with that, please, PDF slide 46, please. So this contract is part of the board's consent agenda. We are asking for a favorable consideration for the contract. And with that, this does conclude my presentation, and I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Well done. Thank you. All right, let's move to agenda item 8.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda for item number 8. And I would like to commend the mayor on that agenda item for bringing forth the information from the city concerning the payments that CPS gives. $351 million is 27% of the budget, and the page that we asked for I asked for last month from the mayor and I think City Manager Walsh. But I look at that where it says library, human services, non-departmental health, all the way down to the mayor and the council, to the last municipal election and innovation. When all of that we help and being a part of the city produced a revenue of $351 to the city that contributes to that whole right side, and it covers all of that right side department of $301 or $303 million that we're part of, partnership with the city in making that happen for the city and city of San Antonio. And I'd like to thank the mayor for giving us that information that we can look at it and see exactly what we're participating in. Thank you, Mayor, and I'll make a motion on it to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second. This is Ron, and no need to thank me. Dr. Mackey, happy to do it. We're in partnership here, and do want to recognize our management. I know Manager Walsh is on the line. Also recognize Ben Gorzel, our CFO, who's also in charge of making sure the council is well informed of our utilities and the operations, and is also responsible for a lot of these reports that we make. So thank you for that.
Mr. Steen, are you muted by chance?
Yes, thank you, Michelle. The approval, I'd mentioned A, the minutes, B, the payment to the city, C, the audit and finance committee charter update, and D, the procurement item, professional services, and that was what we had the presentation on earlier. But Ms. Gold-Williams, I think you had a further thought on 8C. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. We actually would like to pull as management item 8C. I think we need to go in and fine-tune some of the wording, and we will bring that back in December.
All right. If that's acceptable, Dr. Mackey, is that would you change your motion to just have it include items A, B, and D, and then we're pulling item 8C? Is that correct, Dr. Mackey?
Yes.
Okay. Then do I have a second to the motion?
Second. Ed Kelly.
From Mr. Kelly. Any further discussion? All in favor say, well, actually, let's call the roll. Go ahead, Michelle.
Yes, sir. Dr. Mackey?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Nierenberg?
Yes.
And Chair Steen?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Shellman. Let's move to committee reports. We've got an Audit and Finance Committee meeting held on September 19th, 2020, and Employment Benefit Oversight Committee meeting held on September 19th, 2020, and Audit and Finance and EBOC Aligned Risk Subcommittee meeting held on September 19th, 2020. Dr. Mackey, would you like to read those reports, or would you like to have them attached to the minutes in lieu of reading the reports?
Have the information attached to the minutes.
All right. Thank you. Then we'll move to agenda item 10, which is Step Bridge Extension. This is a voting item, and this is Mr. Rick Looney.
Good afternoon, trustees. This is Rick Luna, Director of Technology and Product Innovation, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today before you. So I'll be doing a couple of things today. First off, giving you an update on our STEP programs, energy efficiency and conservation programs that we operate for customers, on behalf of customers. Talk about the impact of COVID-19 on the delivery of our programs, and also present a request to you today for your approval to extend our current authority to provide these programs in light of COVID-19, but also to align with our other major initiative, which is the Flex Power Bundle that Chris talked about earlier. And so with that, if we go to PDF slide, I'm on PDF slide 83. I know we skipped ahead a little bit there, so I'll give you just a minute to catch up to that slide there. So that's our agenda slide. Again, PDF 83. Again, I'll talk a little bit about our programs and give you an update. Talk about the COVID-19 impacts to our programs. Share with you some of the work we've done this year with respect to stakeholder engagement, some of the benchmarking and bill impact work that we've done, again, focused on affordability as one of our key pillars. I'll talk about our request or give you background on our request for a step bridge extension, and then I'll ask for your approval at the end. So if we go to PDF slide 84. So what is the step bridge? You'll recall that back in January, we came before the Board of Trustees and the City Council to request authority to have a one-year, what we call the Step Bridge program, that would allow us to continue our successful energy efficiency and conservation efforts. This was after we achieved our original STEP goals a year early, where we over-delivered and achieved our goals a year early. And so we asked for the time to gather feedback from the community, do some research and some benchmarking, and then come back to you in a year's time with a recommendation on a long-term program. During that step bridge period there in the middle, we committed to do that over 1 year with a goal of reducing 75 megawatts of additional demand reduction at a cost of $70 million. And again, that was approved by the board and subsequently approved by the City Council. If we go to the next slide, Step Bridge, as we call it, allows us to continue to operate these programs listed here, 19 different programs that we operate and to help us deliver services to customers to help them save money and save energy. Things like our weatherization program, our residential and commercial rebate programs, everything from lighting to air conditioning upgrades, audits and other things that we do on behalf of customers to help them save energy. Our demand response programs that help us to save energy at peak times during the summer months. And then our popular solar programs, both our rebate program and our community solar programs, all fall under the STEP program umbrella. And so if we go to the next slide, slide 86, COVID-19 has, of course, had an impact with respect to our ability to serve customers, especially where we're in their homes. The best examples are weatherization, where we are in the home making upgrades to the structure. Also, thermostat installations that require us to get access to the home and to the air conditioning unit. And so we paused those programs back in March, knowing that we wanted to, of course, deliver these safely. And so we paused them for 6 months. And now, all the while, we did continue to take customer calls. And so customers who were interested in these programs were put on a wait list, and we're told that we would be back as soon as we could safely begin to restore those programs. In September, we began to resume, and we have been ramping back up to our pre-COVID levels. And now, of course, the impact of that is that it has slowed down our ability to achieve the goals that we set out at the start of the year. And so we are going to need additional time to achieve them. And you can see that impact on the next slide, PDF slide 87. This shows our performance year to date. I will tell you that summer is one of our most busy times, and unfortunately we were not able to do weatherization at that time. And so you'll see there on the first line that that we are well below goal on our weatherization program. That said, not all programs have been impacted. Programs where do not require an in-home visit. So, for example, solar panel installation, all the work is done at the exterior to the home. We have seen that program has actually remained very strong, and we're on pace for 3,600 solar rebates this year. Likewise, folks have undertaken some home improvement projects, especially do-it-yourself projects, and so we have seen a pickup in those types of activities. And so I don't want to paint the false picture. We have had good uptake of some programs, but again, it's the in-home programs that have been more challenging. So if we go to the next slide, PDF slide 88, the point of this chart is to tell you that we are closely monitoring the COVID-19 trend. We followed this again in making the decision to resume the weatherization program over the summer. We had seen a drop in the numbers, and so working internally with our teams, including our safety team, we put a protocol in place that made us that gave us confidence that we could resume the program and do that in a safe way for both our customers and our contractors. More recently, we've seen an uptick in cases, and so we're continuing to monitor closely, and we're prepared to pivot, in our program delivery in accordance with local public health guidelines. So we go to the next slide, PDF slide 89. So we originally committed to you back in January that we would use this year to gather feedback and engage with stakeholders. We have done that work. Now, we've had to do that, of course, virtually. And what we have here is just a list of some of the groups that we've talked to, really, trying to understand things that have worked well, things that we could do better in terms of more of programs. Barriers to participation is a key factor. And so we've been out there in the community with, for example, the solar community, talking to the installers, groups like the Optimist Club, and then we've had great engagement with the Urban Land Institute and getting input from developers and architects on new technologies that are coming into the market to help inform a future program, long-term program. To go to the next slide, PDF 90. Part of that is we've also met with all of the city council members to understand their needs and their priorities, seek their feedback on how better to engage with customers in their districts. Just some of the themes of what we heard from council members. Again, these meetings were all done virtually, but we had great engagement around things and strategies to increase education and awareness of programs, addressing barriers to participation, especially for the elderly, low-income, small businesses and schools. We did hear the theme about maintaining the focus on affordability. And one more takeaway was to be sure that we align closely with our climate action and adaptation plan that the city approved last year, making sure that STEP is a key component of how we basically mitigate carbon emissions going forward. So again, those were very productive meetings, and we learned a lot and took away many learnings from that. Going to the next slide, PDF 91. I do want to share that we did get feedback from the environmental community in the form of recommendations and reports from the Sierra Club and from Environment Texas. We have thoughtfully considered it, carefully read those reports, assessed the recommendations, and what we've got here is just a side-by-side view of areas of agreement and then maybe some areas of difference. I will start with the areas of agreement. I think we all agree that the inefficiency programs have worked well for customers. They suggested that we continue for example, our traditional programs like weatherization and solar, with expanded opportunities for access to those programs, which we agree that there are barriers that we need to continue to address. The other suggestion was around investing in new technology opportunities such as battery storage and electric vehicles, which again, looking to the future, we see great opportunity there as well to leverage those technologies to continue to save energy and maintain a flexible grid. So again, I think that there are areas of agreement. Probably the main area of difference is around the scale of the goals or the scale of the program. We have preliminary talked about a 10-year program, about a $700 million cost or $70 million a year. In looking at the reports, there was no firm number given in those reports in terms of investment amount, but looking quantitatively at the goals that were set, it's roughly about a doubling of what we have recommended is what the environmental reports were suggesting. So just in terms of scale, again, about a double, 2 times the size that we had initially proposed. So if we go to the next slide, I do want to focus on affordability. Paula talked about this, and I'm sharing some of the same slides that you saw earlier in the meeting. But again, we're very focused on the value that we deliver to our customers. I'm sorry? Okay, I'll just keep going. And so what you have here is on. Okay, we may be getting feedback. I'll keep going. Here on PDF slide 92, again, this compares the total bill across various Texas cities, and you can see there San Antonio at $141. This is a combined electric and gas bill. You see that we have the lowest bill of the major Texas cities, and yet with that we also deliver the most by way of renewables and conservation programs, which we think really goes to the point about delivering value to our customers. If we go to the next slide, this is just digging a little bit deeper into that. About 10% of customer bills goes to funding our commitment to sustainability versus about 1% in other Texas cities. And what do customers get for that? It translates, I'll tell you, into $167 a year on customer bills. And for that, we've delivered 845 megawatts of conservation savings through STEP, as well as 20% of our capacity is renewable in terms of the form of renewable energy. If we go to PDF slide 94, as we look forward, we're very conscious of the velocity and the pace at which we make investments for our communities. And Paula spoke to this about the length or the duration of these programs combined with the overall cost. Really, that's the main determinant of the bill impact. Everything we do costs money, and so we're very conscious about making these decisions in a way that minimizes the cost and maintains affordability for our customers, which again is right at the top of their priorities. And so if we go to the next slide, PDF slide 95, this is an example of how we look at that investment, and it just shows that again today we've got the most competitive rates of the utilities in the cities, the major cities across Texas. But ramping up the conservation spending changes that, begins to change that. And here what we're looking at is just the STEP program or efficiency programs in isolation. You begin to layer in other initiatives. For example, Chris spoke about the Flex Power Bundle and our commitment there to significant addition of renewables. That begins to, of course, change this even more. But we wanted to share this as an example of how we're thinking about how these all come together and managing that in a way that is, again, manageable for our customers. And so I'll pivot now on slide PDF 96. I'll pivot now to what we are here to ask for today. Is again, we are asking for an adjustment to the timeline that we presented to you earlier this year. In light of the reality of COVID-19, we feel it's prudent to ask for flexibility to complete the first program. We'll need a couple of additional months to fully expend and achieve those goals that were set out. And so we're asking for that extension, as well as we're asking for an extension for an additional bridge of $70 million so that we can align our timing with respect to the Flex Step with the Flex Power Bundle so that you can see the entire picture in one full comprehensive view that aligns the two programs together. And so if we go to PDF slide 97, just a little bit more of the details here. Again, the City Council approved the Step Bridge program via an ordinance last January. And so what we're recommending specifically is to extend the end date for the current program, again, to give us several months to finish or rather to exhaust the funding that was already allocated to Step Bridge and achieve the goals. And then secondly, then extend for an additional time period $70 million in funding, and in return for that, deliver 75 megawatts of additional demand reduction. If we go now to PDF slide 98, this is my request for approval slide. And again, so we are asking for your approval today through a vote to amend the Step Bridge ordinance, again, to exhaust the funding currently allocated to Step Bridge, and then as well extend the Step Bridge to allow an additional $70 million in spending with a goal to save an additional 75 megawatts of demand reduction, and thereby come back to you in a year's time with a full recommendation for a long-term Flex Step program. Again, this change, we're asking you today for an approval. It will also require City Council approval as well. And so with that, I will answer any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I want to move that we approve the STEP program to allow additional $70 million in spending with the goal to save an additional estimated 75 megawatts of demand reduction. I am very confident because of the survey that they've run and the feedback to the customers, and the success of the program is something that is beneficial to this community, and I would like to make that motion to this board.
Thank you, Dr. Mackey. Is there a second?
Sorry, I'm having trouble with my phone here. I'll second it. This is Ron. Chairman, can you hear me?
Mayor, this is Carolyn Shellman. We can hear you, but I don't hear the chair right now.
All right. Okay. Mayor, hi.
Yeah.
Are you seconding the motion, or do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I have second, and then I'd like to ask a couple questions.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So, it seems to me that, I'm obviously that we've had great success with STEP, and the community is very interested in the formulation of the next step, or Flex Step, as it were. And we don't want this to delay that work. What has been done in the meantime to move the next 10-year proposal to the board? And has that been set back as well?
Mayor, as I mentioned, this is Rick. As I mentioned, we have been doing that work all along this year, as we committed to do. And so we have been engaging actively in the community, gathering feedback, as well as doing a significant amount of benchmarking. We also were a component of the RFI for Flex Power Bundle. We asked for solutions from the market on new technologies. We had 40-plus responses to that. So I think that work has continued. But I think that the two main impacts have been, of course, the impact of COVID on our goals and the ability to complete those, plus the desire to align with, on the affordability side, on the cost of the programs, and aligning with Flex Power Bundle so that we bring you a comprehensive view of what those initiatives combined bill impact would be.
Mayor, if I could jump in a little bit, I think I hear the concern about delaying the 10-year commitment. I will say the overall base of the proposal was about $700 million over a 10-year period. And so what Rick has described here is a way to keep that still at about a $70 million investment, which doesn't defray, but it actually keeps us on track while we can process more of this information. Right. So we really don't lose anything, and we get to extend a 10-year program. Our biggest worry is that we'll have a gap. And it's always harder to take it. It's hard enough to start it in this low period, but we don't want to have any kind of gap. And if we can get to a great place, let's say sooner rather than later, we don't have to take that the whole time. We can not take the extra year and bring it back sooner, but we also don't want to miss the opportunity to take all this input in, look at all the questions about generation, power generation, and then let the board, council, and community prioritize. But this way, at least we keep everything flowing.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Paula, and I appreciate that, and I think we need to communicate that with the public as much as we possibly can. Sure. In many ways, this is a march against time. We've got a lot of issues that we're trying to resolve over the next few years with regard to reliability, affordability, resilience of the grid. And what I don't want to do is, we've been in this for better part of 2 decades now, and we've got the car into third gear. It's time to shift into fourth gear. I don't want us to be on the last lap before we figure out we got to go faster when we had the opportunity to shift gears. So as long as we are committed and we are continuing to move forward with the due diligence of putting together the next flex step, I'm comfortable with it. But again, I don't want us to get complacent with the additional year. I don't hear that from you at all, but I just want to guard against that as we continue to move in our third gear state. All that being said, I think it gives us some more reason for us to continue to push where we know there's great progress and opportunity. Things like what we just heard from the Flex Step Bundle gives us an opportunity to get to that next step as effectively and as efficiently as possible. So, but I support the measure. I just want us to continue to move aggressively. Thank you. That's all from me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Trustee Kelly. I'd like to go back to PDF slide 87. It appears that we have achieved, if you can believe the consultants, 52.6 megawatts of savings over this period. So we've achieved 70% of the goal that we set for ourselves. Now, I realize COVID has had an impact, but it's had an impact on everything. So my question is, how much of the $70 million have we spent in order to achieve 52.6 megawatts?
Yes, sir, Mr. Kelly. This is Rick again. So we have spent right around $35 million of the funds. I will point out that in terms of the megawatts that you're seeing here, there's a little bit of disconnect in that our summer season is when we see, there's a lot of seasonality to our programs, and so we see a huge uptake during the summer months, and then typically that falls off in the winter or the fall and the winter. So you can't really take a straight line to the performance throughout the year. And so we have factored that into our forecast.
So in round numbers then, you have roughly $35 million left to achieve the other 30% of megawatt bogey that you set for yourself?
So there's also a little bit of a mismatch in timing. So for example, in this month, we are going to spend more dollars paying for programs that already performed for us in the summer. So our demand response programs performed for us in the summer, and so those megawatts are included in the achievement, but the dollars have not been spent yet. So So there's a little bit of a mismatch in terms of timing there that needs to be accounted for. But we are projecting that at our current pace, we would end the year at just over $60 million spent.
And achieve the, how many megawatts?
We would come in at below 70 megawatts.
Okay.
On the goal. And I'm talking about the fiscal year, so the end of January.
Okay. I'd like to also now ask you to take a look at PDF slide 91, which at the middle, the bottom of the page, it's indicated that we have spent or will be spending $700 million. Is that correct?
So what we're comparing there is back when we came to you in January and talked about Flex Step. Again, this was preliminary. We had said that we envisioned a 10-year program of about $700 million. Now, of course, we were still doing we're doing the work of assessing what is the right number and the right goal. So this is illustrative of what we have talked about, and in terms of, again, working from the scale of affordability. So that's where that number, the $700 million. Of course, that is still illustrative. That has not been approved. That has not been proposed. But that is the number that we had shown earlier this year to the board.
And what roughly have we spent so far in the life of STEM?
From the beginning of time, we've spent, I think we're approaching, at the end of this year, I think it'll be close to $800 million. From the beginning back in 2000, from the beginning of 2009, yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're talking $1.5 billion program here. That's substantial. I have never understood, and I've talked to Chris about this several times, I've never understood the methodologies for gauging the so-called megawatt savings that we have. I think as a trustee, I owe our ratepayers, before I ask them to commit another $700 million, in addition to the $800 million they have also spent, and the fact that our CEO said earlier that we spend on the order of 10 times the amount that a normal utility company spends on this type of thing, I think I have an obligation to our ratepayers to have an independent audit of the megawatt savings. I am not in any event saying that our current calculations are not correct, but I do know that it is, or at least my impression from what I've heard so far, is that it is highly subjective, or certainly has a key element of subjectivity. So I would like to recommend to this board that as part of any renewal program, we get an independent, third-party, unbiased audit of the so-called energy savings that we have achieved to date, and a pro forma as to how we will continue to have those kind of savings going forward. So with that suggestion, I can support the current recommendations. Without it, I would abstain.
We are actually going down that road, and so we'll take that as an action item to from the board.
I'm sorry?
We are currently working on that to get a second review of that, and I haven't seen the final, but so we'll take that, and we'll take that ongoing. So that is a great recommendation.
Okay, and I think that the board needs to have a full discussion as to who does that audit to make sure that they are totally independent and don't have any vested interest in the results.
We will follow up on that with the board.
This is Trustee Gonzalez. Just clarification. This is more Robert rules. So he's requested that, but we haven't voted, have we? Am I
No,
missing something? So
No,
just
ma'am.
because he's requested. Okay, I just want to make sure.
We just said that we would gladly take that because we've been looking at that action item already. So that I'm just answering that question.
Okay.
No, Trustee Gonzalez, we've got a motion from Dr. Mackey, and we've got a second from the mayor, and so we're in the discussion period now.
Right. I don't wish to discuss other than to vote in favor of it. So just let me know when it's my turn or our turn.
Thank you, Mr. Luna. I've got a question for you. Back on slide 90, because this is an item that's going to go to the city council, as you've told us. So you had a slide relating to council engagement, and so there's a nice symmetry to the three photos by three, but we're missing somebody, and when I looked at it, it looks like we're missing Councilwoman Rebecca Villagran. So did you not talk to her? Did you not engage with her?
So, Chair Steen, there was an oversight on the slide. There's a version that's posted on the internet that has the photo. So the final version has all 10 photos of council members.
Okay, so you can confirm that you interacted with all our council members.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then on slide 91, where you were talking about environmental feedback, and you mentioned interaction with the Sierra Club and Environmental Texas, can you be more specific? Who did you interact with in those groups?
Yes, sir. So what you see on the slide here is, so we were given recommendations in the form of a report, and so what we've done here is summarize so the Sierra Club was about a 15 to 20-page report that they provided us, and then Environment Texas sent us a letter with their recommendations, and that's what we're analyzing here.
So, in other words, you provided.
And Chairman Steen,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, sir.
Sure.
This is Rudy Garza. We've also presented to our environmental stakeholder group on our views of the Flex Power bundle. So that would be a third touch point with our environmental stakeholders.
Sure, good. And no, I was just wondering. So what happened with the Sierra Club Environmental Texas? We provided them information, and then in a formal way they gave us feedback. But was there any interaction, or was it just an exchange of documents?
Chair Steen, this is Paula. So what we asked them multiple times in 2019, what did they think? What do they want to see? And it's been part of our regular meetings with them, and gave us a report back. We've had a very high-level conversation about them, not into any detail. Currently, they are not choosing to meet with us, but we will get them a written report back. But we haven't had an opportunity to go in great detail, but we will. But this was just their evaluation of what we could do, things that they think we could do. I've said in multiple instances, the biggest issue is the size that is implied by what they've put together in their report. But again, they're not really talking to us right now, so we've invited them on multiple occasions to talk to us, and they choose not to currently. But we will get them some formal feedback, and they can look at it, and then we'll always stand ready to talk to them.
Oh, good. All right. Thank you. Is there any other? Are there any other questions or comments from the?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I made the motion, and I would like to amend the motion. Step Bridge to allow additional $70 million spending with a goal to save additional estimated $75 million of demand reduction with the third-party objective review or study with this right here and make that an amendment.
All right. I don't believe we have to go through a formal Robert's rules on that. If you're, we will allow you to just change your motion if the mayor would want to second it. But before we do that, what you're responding to is Mr. Kelly's suggestion.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to put it on record. So I know what Ms. Gold-Williams said, but I just want to put it on record so this doesn't fall between the cracks and it comes back to us with the necessary corrections. With the motion to amend it, and it's official, that we know it's going to happen.
Mr. Kelly, do you want to comment on that?
With that modification, I'm okay.
And I'll put you on the spot, Ms. Shellman. Do you want to give us the sort of the formality of how that would be expressed?
Well, there has to be there's amendment. There has to be
No, I'm asking her about the just the wording of it.
Yes, sir. I believe that what I heard was that there would be an independent third-party audit of the plan and the pro forma savings, and the board should have a voice in who does that audit.
Well, and the results to date. I want to know that what we have reported as savings can be audited. I want to look back as well as a look forward.
Got it. Okay. By an independent third party.
Yes.
And he did use the word unbiased. I don't know if you want to throw that in.
We could certainly do that. Independent and unbiased.
So I think that if that's how Dr. Mackey recast his motion, Mayor, would you still second that motion?
If what we're looking for is an independent audit of the performance of the STEP plan, I'm all for that. I don't think there's anybody that wouldn't be. An independent audit is going to be unbiased. I don't think we need to put all that loaded wording into the phrasing. But we want an independent audit by a third party that can verify the look back on results reported by the STEP program and what we can anticipate going forward. I do support that.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right. Ms. Shellman, go ahead and call the roll, please.
Yes, sir. Dr. Mackey?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Nirenberg?
Yes.
Chair Steen?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Shellman. Let's move to agenda item 11, the rate advisory.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
We did the amendment. We need to go back and we have never voted on the item, so we have to go back and vote on the main item.
No, I did it a different way, which is I allowed you to recast your motion. So I think we've accomplished what we needed to accomplish. We didn't go through the exercise of amending the motion. I just had you recast your motion.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, and I think if does anybody have a problem with that or object to that, having done it that way? Is that all right with you, Dr. Mackey?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, let's go to agenda item 11, Rate Advisory Committee, RAC update. Ms. Shellman.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Board members, we are wanting to give you, again, an update on a few things that have happened with respect to the development of the Rate Advisory Committee, and to give you an opportunity to continue dialogue, if you have it, about the framework for that committee and discuss the progress that we've made. So if you will look on PDF page 102, you will see that this is a fairly short presentation, but we want to give you an update on the progress we've made. We want to give you some idea about ways that we can and could receive input from the public give you a confirmation about the budget and get next steps from you. If you will turn to PDF page 103, we have a timeline there that indicates the several work streams that are important. And we want to emphasize for you, we are using internal resources only. And so let me just walk through the various work streams. The framework hasn't been changed very much, but I do believe that as we get to the end of this process, there will be some tweaking that we will do in the documents that we provided you to take into account some of the things that we've heard. And those are fairly simple things, but we want everything to be reflected and up to date. We have continued, and really at the end of the process, to select a rate consultant. The interviews were completed. The scoring has been, if not permanently finalized, it is almost finalized. And so we are ready to make a decision on that. I will confirm for you what we said last month. We won't spend any money on a consultant until the board tells us that that's part of the process that you want us to use, but we will be ready with someone under contract with us. We are doing the same thing with the facilitator. The RFP is still open for people to put their names in the hat for that, but I will say that the conversations that we had, for example, with the city staff in this past month have confirmed for me that a facilitator is a really good idea, and we look forward to having some good options to choose from. With respect to public input, there are a number of things that we have been doing, and I will go over those on the next slide, but we want to continue to get input if it will be helpful for you, and if there's nothing specific, there are several ways that we're going to continue to do it. Just specifically for the mayor, I want to assure you we had a very good meeting with Doug Melnick and David McCary, and they provided some really good input to us about the importance of educating the committee, getting everyone kind of up on the same playing field as you start discussing issues, clearly explaining objectives of each meeting, getting input from every member, and as I mentioned before, the facilitator function and how useful they believe that will be. I will confirm we have not spent any dollars for any of these activities other than just the embedded cost of the CPS Energy people working on it. If you'll turn to PDF 104, I just want to give you an idea of some of the things that we're trying to do in the course of all the stuff that we normally do anyway to meet with the community. But we do continue to have People First fairs. We have one tomorrow night. And at those, we are trying to ask questions of people about are they aware of the Rate Advisory Committee, and encourage them to call the telephone number that we set up that I mentioned to you last month. And the town halls that Paula is having, she's going to continue to have those, and we can use those to get input. Chamber meetings. We are talking about doing some focus groups, which we do fairly regularly, and there's some things that we would want to ask about the Flex Power Bundle, for example, and that would be a good opportunity to ask some questions of the community about the Rate Advisory Committee. And then, of course, tonight's public input session, we expect that a number of people will be watching. A number of people have signed up already to talk, and I'm sure the Rate Advisory Committee will be a subject of conversation. So what I've shown on there are some questions that we haven't been asking in any formal survey, but the kinds of things that we can ask. And if we wanted to ask in a focus group, these are the kinds of questions that we could be asking. So as you turn to PDF page 105, this is just assuring you we won't spend any money until the board authorizes it, but there are things that we can be doing out in the community to alert people to the idea of a Rate Advisory Committee and what function it could perform. So with that, fairly brief overview, I assure you that this is still front of mind for us, and we are ready to take any suggestions that the board has for how we proceed. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to talk about them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shellman. Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, thank you for the presentation, Carolyn. Let me just summarize where I think we are and where I'd like to go from here. CPS is a critical asset, and it's an integral part of our community, as was very well demonstrated by Chairman Steen and Dr. Mackey in the discussion about the finances today. It's not a public utility, but it's instead owned by the City of San Antonio and thus by our community. The ownership model and partnership between the city and CPS Energy has provided numerous benefits to our city and to our entire community, and no one is challenging this assertion. This proposed rates advisory committee is an avenue to study and provide input to this Board of Trustees on the important issues of rate design and generation planning. Those are clearly outlined in the resolution that we passed in March. So let me be clear, the proposed RAC does not change the CPS Energy governance structure. It is only advisory in nature to the CPS Board of Trustees. It provides an opportunity for stakeholders to listen, to study, to be informed, and provide input on these key issues. The executive team here, which has done a heck of a job over the last many months during this pandemic and over the last 2 decades as we've moved closer to tackling directly some of these issues, will continue to be responsible for managing this company and providing professional recommendations on rate design and generation planning. But these professional recommendations can be informed by the work of the RAC, which will be made up of a diverse group of stakeholders that will bring many different perspectives, all of which are important to hear as a public utility. Enhancing transparency and the dialogue with the community for a public utility, one owned by the community, should be welcomed. And to date, this board has already discussed the RAC several times over the last many months, and CPS Energy staff have outlined a process for the RAC. So I propose at the December Board of Trustees meeting an item to approve the establishment of the RAC be on the agenda for our vote. I do have a couple of items related to the process outlined for the RAC that I'd like to discuss with Paul and our team along with our city staff before the next board meeting, and I would suggest that our other trustees do the same if they have remaining questions or items of discussion. But I think we're ready to move forward to establish this RAC that has been discussed for many months. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, this is just Trustee Gonzalez. I think I heard Dr. Mackey. Go ahead, Dr. Mackey.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
We've been discussing this for several months, and I agree totally with a board member about the Citizens Advisory Committee can handle this, and they could do a great job and a wonderful job in presenting the necessary rates or utility information that we need. However, adding another committee that we're challenged by when we hear people say that our leadership team is not up front, it really concerns me. So the challenge is, to me, is we're people first, we're community driven, our staff is hardworking, they're committed, and Ms. Gold-Williams did an excellent job with true facts of this organization, CPS Energy, and all the things that they're doing. And if we need a committee, an extra committee that creates a check and balance of what is going on in CPS and to validate the rate or any other things that we're using with CPS, then I'm more than happy to support the rate case committee to put this information in front of anybody that wants to look at this in a different way and challenge us. I've heard Ms. Shellman and Ms. Gold-Williams talk about how we can handle this, and I support them because they're not running from any challenge. If the challenge is here, I will select our leadership team in doing a wonderful job in the job they're doing, and I would accept the challenge of a rate case committee to come and be a part of this challenge. Now, I am not for any major live or controversial issues, but the issue set forth. If it's meant for the idea of rate case and the utility business, I will support it. But by no means do I disagree with the Citizen Advisory Committee could do the same thing. But I will support that. I will support this challenge, and I will support this check and balance, but I will not support paying any money for this right here, this committee. This committee we should find other avenues of leading this committee. We have staff members that can do it, and it should not be any funding like the Citizens Advisory Committee. We're not paying anything. This rate case committee, I'm not supporting or paying anything for this. Now, if each city council would like to select, I know she has 10 for the city council, they can select their Citizens Advisory Committee, and this board has an opportunity to select 10 people or 11 people, then let's take this challenge. Let's put this to rest that this staff has done a wonderful job, and I keep hearing years or months ago that they keep saying that they're giving our staff something and not getting it. Get on this committee, and when you're on this committee, you'll get the information, and we'll make some great, and I'm sure that it's going to be some great decision-making that's delivered to this board to make a good decision. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mackey. And Ms. Gonzalez, you were about to say something?
I think Dr. Mackey said it well. I mean, I think this is we need to move forward. It's taking way too long to move this forward. There's just so many things at us, and the longer we wait, the longer there's room for more delays, and the longer there's room for more scrutiny, and there's more room for other things to pile on. But I do agree with Dr. Mackey, like we need to move on. I still don't understand why we would spend $1 million to implement something like this. But I'm in favor of moving forward. Let's roll up our sleeves and get it done. My only comment.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, this is Trustee Kelly. I appreciate the mayor's prepared remarks, but I take issue with many of them. I think this Dr. Mackey is on the right path. I have been asking the same question now for a year. Why do we need this committee? And I have never received an answer yet. We have the Citizens Advisory Committee, which is structured almost exactly as we intend to structure this committee. It has not been asked to take this responsibility on. It has handled multiple responsibilities over the years. There is absolutely no reason for this new committee, period. And the fact that we're not spending third-party funds does not mean that we aren't spending funds. If you'll think about it for a second, when a company is fully staffed, it has X number of FTEs to handle a specific performance level job of the business plan of that company. We have those FTEs. All of a sudden, we've loaded this new piece of junk on top of our FTEs, so we have to allocate staff time to this. To the extent that you allocate existing staff to a new project, something has to give. You either have to hire new FTEs, you have to reallocate away from needed functions within the company to this new function, which in this case is unneeded, or you have to go out and hire consultants. So if we are trying to make the assumption that we have spent no money on this function, that is absolutely ridiculous. So let's not insult our intelligence by saying we haven't spent any money on it just because we haven't written any checks. you have spent tons of money, and I've asked the staff to give me a cost estimate of how much we have spent and how much we anticipate spending. And then I heard the noise that we'll have to spend $1 million on third-party costs going forward. How ridiculous can we be to take our customers' hard-earned money and throw it at a politically piece of junk like this? This is nothing but political BS, and anybody that has any sense at all knows that. But we're bowing to the pressure of PS political accepted modes. The only good question, the only good explanation I've heard is we need to engage with the public more. Get serious. How much more can we engage with the public? We have town halls, we have letters, we have social media, we have community fairs, we have citizens to be heard. We are going to have a public session this evening. We are absolutely overpowered with community input. And how coming up with another 10 or 15 members of the community is that going to leverage that any further? Absolutely not one iota. This is political malarkey. And anybody that's not smart enough to understand that, I don't get it. But for us to spend $1 million of third-party money and a continuation of staffing money for this is totally ridiculous, and I continue to fight against it and will continue to fight against it. So what I want the staff to do is what I've asked them to do before. Give me an estimate of how much you have spent on this piece of junk and how much you are going to have to spend in the future, because this is a costly program. It is a slippery slope. The same people that is pushing this agenda are the same people that we hear constantly griping about this company. So their initiative was laid out very well in a press release they had some time ago, where it said they intend to get direct city council control over this company. Direct city council control. Does that sound like a petition that is now in the marketplace? These are the same people. This is the same issue. This is about control of this company by a bunch of people that have not a clue on how to run a major company. I agree with what Dr. Mackey said. Paula and her team are doing an incredible job. I also agree with the presentation that our CEO made earlier, that we're doing everything that our customers want. So why do we have to go out and do another political nicety? If this committee works, why don't we have 3 or 4 more committees at $1 million a year? Hey, this is fun. We'll just have committees coming out the kazoo. We do not need it. I am against it. I'm unalterably against it, and I will stay that way.
I just have to add, sir, with all due respect, didn't you just order an audit to justify the program we just voted on? I mean, I get really confused about what is a priority when we want to spend money, when we want to not use CPS time. I mean, we seem to be very subjective about when we support something and when we don't. At the end of the day, the mayor has asked for our support, and we're going to support the mayor. And we're going to do the best that we can with some balanced approach to make it all.
If the mayor walks off of a cliff, are you going to walk off behind him?
We're not going to please everyone, and we cannot select what we're willing to hire a consultant for and what we're willing not to hire a consultant for. I'm confused. So unless, as the newest member, I'm very confused about when it's okay to do that and not do that.
Well, I'm sorry that facts don't count.
Chairman.
So, yeah, let me jump in here. I think this is going to be on the agenda for December, and so we're also fighting a time problem here because we've got to wrap this up because we've got this public input session this evening, and we're running behind time. I think everybody's had an opportunity to comment today.
Chairman, I'd like to make some closing remarks on this item, and I think we've heard enough. I'm tired of hearing the same argument over and over again and answering the same questions. With all due respect, Trustee Kelly, you will have your vote. I know where your vote will be. You will have your vote. This is not about changing the governance of CPS. And if it is too much for a $3 billion organization with $8.5 billion of assets that is owned by the city of San Antonio, to have a committee to look at the way we create rates and generate our energy, then I'm not sure we have the right expectations as a board. But I will tell you, without a shadow of a doubt, as mayor of San Antonio, this is a request from the public I serve. This is also a request of the council members I share the dais with. And the effort is to make us a stronger utility under the fantastic executive management that has been working hard on this initiative. I will say, with regard to Dr. Mackey and the comments about the consultant fees, I agree. I think we need to look for ways to reduce that expense. This is not duplicative of the Citizens Advisory Council, however, but we will look at that, and that's one of the things, Paula, that I'd like to work with you and city staff on and see how we can lower that amount that is going to be needed for consultants. But we will all have an opportunity to vote to move this forward because I think it's due time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor. So would it be all right with you all if we moved on?
Yes.
I was hoping okay. And just to be clear, we're going to vote on this in December?
I think that what I've tried
or
to do...
Or is the mayor asking for a vote today?
No, we could not vote today because it hasn't been agendized that way.
That was just clarification I need. There's just so much noise going on. Okay, just want to be clear. So we will put this on the agenda for vote when?
At our December meeting.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. No, this is for discussion today, and just a clarification. We've got this. We're trying to take into account the public, and we've got the public input session, which was scheduled for later today. That's also why we have to move on right now, if that's all right with everybody. All right. Let's convene to executive session. And as I said, we're trying to wrap this up by 5 o'clock because we've got the public input session tonight, and so I'm trying to adhere to this schedule. So we're going to hang up now. It's about 4:10, and why don't we take 5 minutes and we'll convene an executive session at 4:15. And Chairman, do you need to go ahead and?
Yes, I would like to do that. Just make sure that we make the record we need to.
I'm hearing a ringing noise. I don't know.
Hello?
Me too.
Hello?
Ms. Shellman, I don't know.
Okay. Yes, sir. That was not me, but we're ready to go. Just a minute. At this time, the board will leave its open session, and after a brief break, go into a closed session pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, where they will consult on matters including attorney-client matters under Section 551.071, and for other matters including deliberations on real property under Section 551.072, prospective gifts or donations under 551.073, personnel under 551.074, security personnel or devices under 551.076, economic development negotiations under 551.087, to deliberate, vote, or take final action on competitive matters under 551.086, or to deliberate regarding security audits and devices under 551.089 and Texas Government Code 418.183F for confidential information under the Texas Homeland Security Act. So it was 4:11 when we started talking about this, and I showed that it's 4:14 now. And how long a break do you want to take?
We got to be tight here, so how about 4:20? We'll convene. It'll give somebody time to take a short break. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We'll see you in executive session.
The CPS Energy Board of Trustees is returning from executive session. Please hold while we bring the trustees back into the meeting. Okay, Chair Steen, the board has reconnected.
All right. I want to say that I was following this summary agenda, and when I called in, the excess code didn't work, and so I had to go. I thought to go back to the original excess code when we started the meeting. I hope others did the same thing.
It appears that we have everyone we need, everyone we expected. But would you like for me to do a roll call, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay. Dr. Mackey?
Here.
Mr. Kelly?
Here.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Here.
I believe the mayor was not going to rejoin.
Right. He broke away to give his COVID
yes.
briefing.
And Chair Steen, you're here, so we have a quorum and are ready to resume discussion.
All right. Would you bring us out of executive session then, Michelle?
Yes, sir. It is currently 5:10 p.m. The board has concluded its closed session where only the necessary parties and no others were present. No matters other than those that were posted for discussion were discussed, and no votes were taken. So we are ready to resume the open session.
Thank you. So we really have two items. We've got item 13, which is a real property matter, and we've got item 14, which is adjournment. So Mr. Alvarez, on the real property matter, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Board of Trustees. I will be brief. This is a short presentation regarding a real property matter. I am Frank Alvarez, the Chief Administrative and Business Development Officer here at CPS Energy. PDF page 109 gives you the objectives and takeaways, and that is to discuss the property that we own and then make a request for approval of a resolution. The agenda supports that. So moving to page 111 in the PDF deck. We own a portfolio of real estate in our community. All utilities do. We own those properties to serve our community. Slide 112. And occasionally we make strategic property purchases that support our 6 pillars in the the foundation of financial responsibility for our growing community, our gas and electric systems, and to keep bills, specifically to keep them affordable and reliable. Today, this afternoon, I have briefed the Board of Trustees in executive session on one such property that we believe is in the strategic interest of our community that CPS Energy own. I am then requesting on PDF page 113, requesting of the Board of Trustees approval of a resolution that would authorize but not obligate our President and CEO or her designees to complete the purchase of that property that we discussed. And that really is my presentation for this afternoon. I'm glad to answer any questions.
All right. And Ms. Shellman, you've got the as we're allowed to do, we've discussed this in executive session. So now you've got a motion, correct, that you're going to read. I think it's very short.
I have a short resolution. We would need a motion if the board wants to pursue this. It's a resolution approving the purchase of real property. Whereas CPS Energy has periodic strategic needs to improve its electric and gas infrastructure to efficiently and reliably supply electric and gas services to its customers. And whereas the acquisition of strategic property sites that have been identified by CPS Energy staff, called the strategic properties, will support CPS Energy's infrastructure to provide reliable services to its customers. And whereas the proposed acquisition is consistent with the strategic plan for the development of our system's infrastructure. Now, therefore, be it resolved, 1, the recitals to this resolution are hereby incorporated by reference. 2, the CPS Energy Board finds that the acquisition of the strategic properties is in the best interest of the customers and community to provide them reliable services. 3, the CPS Energy Board hereby authorizes but does not obligate the President and CEO or her designees to negotiate and execute agreements consistent with the direction of the CPS Energy Board, and to take such action as is deemed necessary and appropriate to carry out the purposes and intent of this resolution and complete the acquisition transaction regarding the strategic property.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion?
This is Trustee Kelly. I move approval.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
I second the motion.
By Ms. Gonzalez. Any discussion? All in favor? Well, go ahead and take the roll, Ms. Shellman.
Okay, Dr. Mackey?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Chair Steen?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. Before we adjourn, remember we're getting back together for the public input session at 6 o'clock, and I think the schedule provides that we're supposed to begin to check in around 5:40. So it's about 5:15 now. So anyway, we get a little bit of a break. But do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Who was that? I didn't recognize the voice. Must be Dr. Mackey?
Yes.
Okay, so got the motion from Dr. Mackey. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Gonzalez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. The meeting's adjourned, and we'll reconvene in just a little while. Thank you.